Okay, we're good to go.
Okay. I'd like to welcome, oops, we're not, we are recording. Okay. I want to welcome everybody to today's Planning Commission of the December 9th. We've got 4 items on the calendar, and we'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. Janet, could you do the honors, please?
Flag of the United States of America. To the republic
for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Janet, can you do roll call, please?
Sure. Commissioner Gupta,
Here.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
Here.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Here.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Here.
Chairman Hansen,
Here.
and staff is represented by Monowitz, Androkopoulos, and
Thanks, Janet. I don't know if others are getting problem with her feed.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
yeah, the internet.
Okay. Well, we'll just keep that in mind. And if I signal you, you'll know what the problem is.
Yes.
Everybody, at the beginning of our meetings, we have an open speaking opportunity for items that are not on the agenda. This is your opportunity to talk to the commission about any items you do wish. And again, it's not for the items on today's agenda. Do we have anybody who wishes to take the opportunity to speak to the commission?
Not seeing any hands raised for this item.
Okay, then we'll move on to the minutes. We have 2 sets of minutes in front of us. Any further corrections or additions? If not, I'll take a motion for their approval.
I will move that we accept the minutes as presented.
I second.
We have a motion is on the floor. So Janet, can you do roll call, please?
Commissioner Gupta,
Yes.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramirez, Commissioner
Aye.
Ketchum,
Aye.
Chairman Hansen. Chairman Hansen. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the first item is on our commission is a consent item of 1 item. Does anybody wish to pull it off? If
With
not,
permission from the chair,
Yes.
Staff has taken a look at it and is available to offer our view of the comments before you make that decision if you'd like.
if you got comments, I'd love to hear.
So from my review of the comments that have been submitted, we have 2 residents who live nearby who are concerned about the trail proposed to be constructed by the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. And their primary concerns seem to be about public access to an area that can be sensitive and contain environmental resources. And so there's a couple things that I think the commission should keep in mind in terms of deciding whether or not you want to have a hearing on this item. The first is that this is a general plan conformity request by the PUC, which is basically an informational item for the commission to consider. There's really no regulatory implications of your decision. It's the PUC would be able to move forward with the project even should you decide it's not consistent with the general plan. The other thing is that when we're talking about general plan conformity, the San Mateo County General Plan really does encourage the expansion of access and recreation opportunities that serve the general public, as long as it's done in a manner that's consistent with the protection of natural resources. And I think the PUC has done a good job in that regard. So that's why we've recommended that the project be found consistent with the general plan. But should you like to have a further discussion and hearing on the item, we are prepared to make a more detailed presentation.
Thank you. After hearing the preamble by the planning department, does anybody?
I can hardly hear you, Commissioner Hanson. You're being cut off.
Does anybody wish to pull this item from the consent calendar?
Can I make a comment? A brief comment, or do we have to pull it off before I can make a comment?
You're free to make a comment, but if you wish to discuss anything about it, you need to pull it.
A comment, not a short one, but it's a comment. I'm not
Okay.
looking for answers. Okay. I feel it's a good project. It's good recreational opportunity for the community there. Another good thing I find about it is that, at least according to the report, that they are willing to do some traffic control measures. For example, lane markings, also adding bicycle trails. So I think it's a good project. That's my comment.
So not hearing anybody wishing to pull this item, can I get a motion to accept the consent calendar?
So move.
Second,
Okay, we have a motion in front of us. Janet, can you do roll call, please?
Commissioner Gupta,
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
You
Commissioner
are
Santa Cruz,
muted.
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
aye.
Commissioner Ketchum, Commissioner Ketchum,
Sorry. Aye.
Chairman Hanson.
Aye. We'll move to our second item. Janet, can you read that in, please?
Janet, we're waiting for you to read.
Sorry, I froze. I was freezing a little bit. So we're waiting for item 2, correct? Okay.
Yes.
So item 2, owner David Hersel, applicant Angelo Gomez and Kate Lim Gomez, file number PLN 2020-00165, location 90 Cabrillo Highway in Moss Beach. And the project planner is Kanoa Kelly. Kanoa, would you mind sharing your screen?
Go, can everybody see? Good.
Yes.
All right, good good morning, planning commissioners. This is, as we said, is item number 2. The owner and the applicant got flipped around a little bit. The applicant is David Hersel. The owner is Angelo Gomez and Mia Kate Gomez. So this is the consideration of a coastal development permit, a design review, and home improvement exception to allow the construction of a 810 square foot addition to an existing 1,400 square foot single family residence and located at 9500 Cabrillo Highway in Moss Beach. This also includes an exception because there's 23 square feet of the rear addition that encroaches into that rear 20-foot setback. So the applicant's seeking an HIE to resolve that. The home is located in a county scenic corridor, and the CDP is appealable to the California Coastal Commission. So here we are. As we said, the project's located at 9500 Cabrillo Avenue in Moss Beach, between Terrace Avenue and Lancaster Boulevard, and it's just right off of Highway 1. You can see it here, Cabrillo Highway. So here, this is just to illustrate, this is the site plan that shows the existing property. So this consists of 2 parcels. There's parcel 1, which is where the existing home is on. You can see there in blue. And then there's the second adjacent parcel that the home will expand onto. So you can see in orange is the 810 square foot addition. And then this small section in the rear is what they're requesting the HIE for. There's that 24 square foot segment that encroaches into that setback. And you can see it's because of that, the rear property line jogs down in the back there. So the applicant is requesting that HIE to allow a square house. So here's the view from the front, the current view here. And you can see that the lot, that vacant lot next door to the right. And here are the current elevations that we just saw there on top. And then this is the proposed elevation on the bottom. So they're converting the existing garage into living space, and they're going to create a new garage there. And behind it is also going to be additional living space. You can see the colors are going to be a kind of a gray stucco with cream and dark gray accents. So the project went to the CDRC on November 12th, and the CDRC recommended approval of the project. So there is a regulation in our zoning code for this zone that only 10% of the site can be covered with impervious surfaces like driveways and things like that, and concrete, patios. This site will, once developed, will have 46% impervious surfaces because of the existing driveways and patios. A majority of the that new parcel will remain pervious. There's only going to be a little bit of landscaping in front. You can see it here in the slide. There's going to be a small strip of landscaping from the property line back to the fence, and then everything else is going to remain open, kind of native landscaping. And in order to mitigate all of that impervious surface, drainage requires them to install 2 large dry wells on site to get that back to that 10%, as if they didn't have all of that impervious surface. So that is the solution that that our drainage department has come up with. And that will be submitted during the building permit phase and reviewed by our drainage department. So this is the project compliance. The project, other than the rear setback that will be resolved with an HIE, the project meets all R1 S17 development standards. As outlined in the staff report, the project complies with all applicable LCP policies, and all required findings for the HIE can be made. The project is also in compliance with the design review standards for one-family residential development in the Midcoast. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the coastal development permit, design review, and home improvement exception, county file number PLN 2020-00165, by adopting the required findings and conditions of approval listed in attachment A of the staff report. And that concludes my presentation. I can open it up to any questions.
Thank you. I'll start off in asking Commissioner Ketchum, does she have any questions, staff?
Oh, thank you. Can you go back to the picture, the Google Street View, the front of the property? So, and this was also shown in the site plan in the staff report that there's the front fence goes well into the Caltrans right-of-way, and the concrete pavement, the driveway access and the concrete patio that fills in that area behind the fence also encroaches into the Caltrans right-of-way, and even right up near that, the Cypress Street itself is in the right-of-way. So what is the plan for this front fence? The project plan shows a new driveway coming out of this new parcel with more concrete.
Right. So yeah, as you said, this is all in Caltrans right away, so it's in their jurisdiction. We sent out a referral to Caltrans for this project, and they have kind of preliminarily approved the new driveway, but it will have to meet all of their standards. So ultimately, Caltrans will need to approve that new access, and they only get one. So all of this will be closed off, and it's really up to Caltrans to and their requirements for what is in the right of way.
So when you say closed off, you mean the fence will be moved back to or the fence will just be extended across and allowed to remain encroaching? And then, or I mean, what do you mean by closed off?
So they are only allowed one access to the site. So they will close off the other driveway. So they won't have two access. They can't access both sides of the property. That's what I meant by that. But as far as where the fence is located, if it's on the right of way, that's Caltrans jurisdiction. Most likely they'll have to remove it and put it on the property line, and then they would close off the other driveway and just allow that one access to the site through the garage.
So is it not possible for the county to have any say in where this fence is located? I ask because Connect the Coast side and previous projects we have reviewed along this side of the downtown, shall we say, Moss Beach, where the plan for pedestrian access is to create a path or sidewalk at the outside edge of the Caltrans right-of-way, and this is sticking right out into that. In other words, so can't the county say this fence needs to be removed so that pedestrians can can walk there?
I'll respond. And thank you for that question, Commissioner Ketchum. Certainly the county has jurisdiction over coastal development. So Caltrans jurisdiction is over the encroachment permit required for development within the right of way. Now, whether or not we have the ability to require the existing fence to be removed, that's a tough question that would relate to the history of that fence and the history of the development here. I'm not familiar with, the coastal permit that perhaps was issued for the original structure to be built. Perhaps that permitted the fence in this location. I don't know. At this point, I would say that the commission's jurisdiction is really about the new development that will occur. And so I think it would be somewhat difficult to condition this new development to require alterations to what's already there and what might have been previously permitted. But as Kanoa said, they will need to go through the encroachment permit process. And so Caltrans very well may require it, the movement of the fence, that is. And then I guess it would be fair for the commission to ask for a site plan that would, a final site plan that would designate, where these fences will be located. And let me ask Kanoa, is this issue addressed by the site plan at all? Perhaps if you pull up the site plan, it will show the location of current and future fences?
Yeah, let's see. The site plan does not show the, here it is. Shows the existing, it just shows the existing fences on the.
Well, I think what I would suggest is that we give the applicant the opportunity to identify what their plan is for that fence. And then based on what we learn from the applicant's intent, then the commission can talk about whether or not that would be acceptable and what conditions you might want to attach to your action on the addition. Is that satisfactory, Commissioner?
That sounds good. And I just wanted to say too, that I'm glad to see this voluntary merger of the adjoining substandard parcel. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to Commissioner Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. I just want for Canola maybe to elaborate and for my own knowledge. I heard him saying that in previous 46 versus 10%, I lost the train of thought on that. Can he elaborate on that? And then also in the minimum setback, 20% feet versus 16% HIE, please.
Yeah, so the HIE, the home improvement exception is just for this little triangle here. That is all that encroaches into the rear setback because of that rear property line. So the home improvement exception, if you were to approve it, would allow that 24 square feet of that new addition to encroach into the setback, maximum of 4 feet. So the new setback would be approximately 16 feet in the rear. So that's what the home improvement exception is for. Does that answer your question for the HIE?
Well, so means that the minimum setback is reduced because of the HIE by 4 feet?
Yes, just in this section here, just in that red section.
Okay, thank you. And then how about in previous 46 versus 10%?
Sure. So as I mentioned, the S17 zoning district only allows 10% impervious surface. So all driveways, concrete patios, but we can implement measures. If it's over that, we can implement measures to reduce the runoff to levels equivalent to 10%. And as I said, our experts have come up with some solutions, like 2 dry wells that they could implement in order to satisfy that. All of that will be reviewed during the building permit phase, and our drainage reviewer will look at that and at their new plan for the drainage.
And if I could elaborate on that, Commissioner Santa Cruz, the intent of limiting impervious surface is to maximize stormwater infiltration into the soil. prevents runoff that may contain pollutants into the storm drain system. And so the alternative that is being pursued here, which Kanoa referred to as dry wells, is like a pit in your backyard where stormwater is directed to. So if you don't have a lot of natural ground for the stormwater to seep, you can achieve the same objective by creating what they call dry wells. They're dry most of the time until it rains. And then when it rains, they get filled up and it allows the stormwater to percolate into the ground. So it's an alternative to limit, in this case, requiring them to remove concrete that already exists.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
You're welcome.
Is that the end of your questions?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Hanson.
So Commissioner Gupta, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair. A follow-up question to Commissioner Santa Cruz. Same drawing with the impervious surface and right. So if we approve this project, are we approving these, or these impervious percentages will come into play when the permit is filed for?
Exactly. This will all be required at the time of the submission of a building permit and
Building permit. Okay.
yeah, building permit. So this is just for your information to kind of address just kind of what they're doing on site to address all the storm water runoff. But yeah, you're not actually taking action on this portion.
Okay. And what about the HIE? Is it the same thing with HIE also, that it's
The HIE is something that you will be taking action on today. You'll be
on
approved.
today? Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Another question kind of along the same lines is that we were, Commissioner Ketchum had mentioned about Caltrans encroachment, Caltrans or the applicant encroaching upon Caltrans area. At what point is that discussed or?
So that again, during the building permit phase, they will have to receive an encroachment permit from Caltrans, and all of that, the design of the driveway, and will have to be approved. All of that will have to be approved by Caltrans. So during the building permit phase, that will be solidified.
Okay. All right. Yes, I'm looking forward to what the applicant will have to say on that. That sounds good. And one last question that I have is, in one of the drawings on the staff report, at least I would like a little clarification. Was this first or the original parcel before merging it with this second one, lot, you call it a lot, was the first one also a merger?
It was. So there were two small lots.
Okay.
Were merged at some point, and it was developed.
Okay, and after that, the home was built on that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was a long time ago. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I just wanted to make sure I read the drawings correctly. Thank you, Kanoa.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Ramirez, any questions? You're muted. Commissioner Ramirez, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I always keep forgetting. Yeah, I want to get back to the issue of the fence first. Couldn't we condition that any new fencing be within this property lines based on our current county regulations?
I don't know that there's a regulation that requires that, but I do believe that you have the authority to make such a condition.
Okay.
I think it would
I
be
mean,
more
if
in the
I'm just
interest
saying that
of-
if
I apologize if I interrupted you there, Commissioner.
yeah, no, I'm just saying, I mean, I understand that, you know, in some cases, some people don't want to have fences, but I would say that we should be able to, you know, I think within the regulations, require that any fence, if there's going to be a fence, it should be within the property line.
I would say that the policy that would justify such a condition would be, or policies would be those that encourage maximum public access and recreation opportunities. And I think a condition requiring the fence to be within the private property would further those policies because it would leave right-of-way available for future public use. So I think that would be the justification for it. There's no strict limitation within our regulations about that, and people do get encroachment permits either from Caltrans or from Public Works, because in some instances it is appropriate to have some development that extends into the right of way. So I wouldn't call it a strict regulation that it must be on private property, but in this case, it would be justified for, you know, access and recreation purposes.
Okay. Yeah, one additional question to seek clarification on regards to the drainage. So you are presenting that, you know, they have to do the dry wells in order to achieve the impervious versus pervious drainage to retain water in the on site. Now, are we also conditioning those percentages right now that have to be met at building permit, or are we not conditioning that?
No, there's already condition on the in the attachment A that they would have to submit a drainage plan that would be reviewed by our drainage department at the building permit phase. And that will implement all of the features that we discussed.
Okay. All right. Okay. Those are all my questions at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. I got a question or two. The concrete pad in front of the house that we're planning to leave, we're saying that was permitted, so it's now legal but non-conforming. Is that what we're saying? That it was already permitted?
Yeah, all of the concrete in the rear yard and front, that's been there since the home was developed.
And it was developed with a permit.
Yes.
And there are no plans to daylight any of that.
No, not for the applicant.
Okay. That'll be it in my questions for now. We'll let the applicant have an opportunity to speak to the commission and if they have any presentation.
Hi, I guess I'm probably in charge here. Thank you, Kanoa and Mr. Monowitz, for your presentation so far. which I think is fairly well explained the majority of what or is at issue here. But I would like to discuss right now the fence and the paving and the patio and so on that's in the Caltrans right away. So because we are changing the driveway entrance to a different location, we have to get an encroachment permit from Caltrans. We have not applied for that yet because first of all, we need to have some sort of assurance that we can even proceed with this. But our next step will be to go to Caltrans and say, we need to get an encroachment permit. I've looked into that somewhat. And so in order to even have an encroachment permit, we have to have a civil engineer to design the new driveway approach from the property line in its entirety into the Caltrans right away, however it is that they want it to be specific to engage with Highway 1. And when we do that, there are issues in particular, this will be done by a civil engineer, and there are surveying issues that come into play, and I'm not an expert in this, but there's issues, for instance, of line of sight that are specific within the Caltrans that are going to be specific. So we will be hiring a civil engineer. They will interact with Caltrans and say, here's what we propose to do. Caltrans will say whatever it is they have to say. And the disposition of the fence and the paving and what have you that is there, that is encroaching into Caltrans right away, they will have their opportunity at that time to tell us what they want us to do about that, if they want us to do anything. I suspect this line of sight issue that will end up being addressed that line of sight issue will conceivably put an end to that fence, is what I'm saying. I'm not entirely sure, because we're going to let Caltrans and the civil engineer to make the determination what stays and what doesn't stay and how we address it. If Caltrans were to say to us, for instance, oh, that's fine, forget the fence, all we care about is the driveway approach, then if they did not insist that we remove any of that, the fence or the paving, then our plan would be to leave it as is, addressing the issue that you just raised, any new fencing to be at the property line. Suppose that fence is allowed by Caltrans to remain, and therefore, and we want to have a fence at the property line where the old driveway was, well, that fence would be at the property line, so it would have essentially a zigzag, you might say. But at the moment, it's all in the hands of Caltrans. We'll be interacting with a licensed professional to meet their state highway requirements for the encroachment. So, when we get to that point, we'll do what they insist we do.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Does any of the commissioners have any questions for the applicant? I see a hand raised. Go ahead. Attention.
Yes, so to be clear, so you're saying that if Caltrans does not object, your preference is to leave the fence the way it is, and since the county has said they would require you to close off the existing driveway access, that closure would consist of a jog in to the property line and then over? Is that what you say your solution would be?
Everything that I'm talking about is essentially like a potential or proposed solution, because it's all going to stem, it's all going to be derived from what Caltrans says we have to do about that particular issue. And if we left it, yes, and we would, and this is actually not, I'm sort of formulating this off the top of my head right now at this particular moment. Okay, so because this also would be in discussion with the owners, but let's see. I'm not sure the best way to illustrate this at the moment, but anyway, yes, where the current driveway is, the fence would continue north-south along the property line, and the other fence that is currently there is in the Caltrans right away a certain amount, and there would be a connecting fence. Would that be allowed by Caltrans? I don't know. Is that something that the Planning Commission can make a ruling on now, even though it happens to be in Caltrans right away? I don't know about that either. Essentially, what we want to do is make everything work to its best advantage for all parties concerned.
I guess what I'm getting at is if there's two ways I could see this would go. If the applicant says now that yes, they realize since the only one access will be allowed and the current one has to be closed off, that the applicant would prefer one fence along the property line and would remove the encroaching fence. In that case, we wouldn't need a condition for that. So you're saying that their preference is not to move the fence unless they're required to.
Yes, that's.
Thank you. That's what I needed to know.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Commissioner Santa Cruz, do you have any questions of the applicant?
Not really. I just wanted to, my concern was the same as Commissioner Ketchum about the right of way and the access to the people regarding the fence. But I think Mr. Monowitz was discussing in the past, a few minutes ago, about the possibility to add that a condition as part of the access and safety for the people using the sidewalks and stuff like that. I don't know, maybe he can use a better terms. I forgot the terms, Steve, I'm sorry. But you mentioned something that maybe we can add to it, that it could be in conjunction with the applicant request to the Caltrans process.
That's right. And in response to the applicant's question about, does the Planning Commission have the authority to issue some sort of ruling about development within the right of way? I think the answer is yes. This commission has authority over coastal development, be it on private property or in the public right of way. So, as I mentioned earlier, that fence has been there probably a long time, and whether or not it was previously permitted, I don't know, but it gets to the issue Chairman Hansen raised, which seems to be, it's likely a legal non-conforming fence, or I'm not sure if that's the appropriate term, but in any event, I think it's within the commission's discretion to really ask an applicant to provide a complete description of the development they intend to take. So kind of leaving it up to Caltrans, it's within your discretion to say, we're not comfortable doing that. We need to have a definitive description of the development that will take place in conjunction with this addition. However, if you're comfortable with what the applicant has said, which is their preference would be to keep the existing fence, jog it back, and then put a new fence on the property line. If you're okay with that, then I don't see the need for a condition. But if you want to make sure that the existing fence is moved back, then that would be up to you whether or not you want to include such a condition.
I'd like to add the condition, but I would like to propose that for everyone to discuss whether there is an agreement or not. So,
Yeah,
well, may I suggest that we finish the public comment before we begin deliberations on it?
okay.
any more questions?
I do.
Yeah, just to follow up on this thing. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll be next.
First, I want to ask Commissioner Santa Cruz, does he have any more questions?
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. No, I'm not having a question at this time.
Commissioner Gupta, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Could we have that drawing back up with the fence? Is Kanoa still there?
Yeah, let me pull up my.
Thank you. Thank you, Kanoa. Sorry to get that, ask you to do that again.
Problem.
So my question is, in the meantime, I'll get started on what I had to say, is I would really like to understand it's the design or the rendering that I saw for this project. It looks very elegant. Okay. But that fence is coming up. Okay. But that fence right in front, and I believe that faces the highway. Is that correct?
Yes.
That fence doesn't add any elegance to it, to the looks of your new home or the owner's home. Okay. So for my understanding, where is the driveway, new driveway going to come in?
If you're, it essentially is, let's see, we're looking at a photograph right now. And can I do this? Can you see this cursor? So the garage frontage is along here, about here. So therefore the driveway to the garage would come forwards here to the highway.
Mr. Herzog, we cannot see your cursor.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, anyway, on the right side where the vacant lot is,
Okay.
portion of that is the driveway coming at you. And so we'd actually probably take
Okay,
out.
from
fence.
the highway?
It would come out, we're standing in the highway in this photograph and the
Right.
way is coming essentially down the vacant lot towards us.
Okay. Okay. So the driveway would be going into from the highway. Sorry, let me rephrase it. From the highway into the vacant lot, that's where the driveway will be. Is that correct?
Yes, something like that. It won't occupy the full width of that vacant lot. There'll be 10-foot setback on the right side of the photograph from that fence. But essentially, you imagine that much of that vacant lot paved as a driveway. That's what we will be looking at.
Okay.
The driveway.
Okay. So now the fence is, if we are facing this drawing, is to the left of it. There's one part that's coming towards us and the other one that is in parallel to the highway.
Right, that's correct. And
That's
so
correct. And
the
all that
part
will stay?
well, obviously, or clearly the part that is the side fence to the property going from this corner that you see in the front going back, that goes, that becomes driveway.
Right.
So if the fence is allowed to remain, which I'm not at all clear on, to tell you the truth, from Caltrans.
Okay.
If it were
Okay.
essentially, if you were to look at what we're looking at right now, and the right side of that fence, you would cut off 4 or 5 feet. So you would have a somewhat shortened piece of fence fronting onto the highway if that is allowed to remain.
Okay. So when you say short,
It's relative.
assuming Caltrans has no opinion on your fence, then portion of that one coming towards us will stay and the one closer to the home will be taken away, right?
It'll be the entire side yard fence going straight back from the view of the camera. The entire side yard fence will be gone because that will now be driveway.
Okay. Okay. All right. But this part you think will stay if Caltrans says it's okay.
Well, whether it just, whether it stays or doesn't stay is beyond our power to enforce. As I said earlier, I think that Caltrans for their line of sight and their right of way will probably wish it wasn't there, but we'll wait to see that. I'm hearing from some of the planning commission members that they wish it wasn't there, and that's just a decision to be made. If things were to fall out the way we would like them to, then we would keep that piece of fence. But
okay. So thank you for answering that. And my next question is going somewhat along what Chair Hansen mentioned about legality of the current driveway that's there. making it a bigger area of impervious, for the lack of a better word, like trying to reduce that. Are there any plans of removing the unnecessary concrete from there, the old driveway concrete?
At the moment, the plan is to do what Caltrans wants us to do. You know, like I said, you know, we haven't got to that point with them at the moment. We have provisional approval from Caltrans that we can have this, you know, a new driveway approach. Okay, that's fine. And it was not made clear to me when I was given that approval that we would have to give up the driveway approach on the left. I mean, I really don't know. Just to go back to, we're going to hire a civil engineer. They're going to get with Caltrans. They're going to figure out all the things that are important to Caltrans, specific to transportation and whatever it is they have for that. And line of sight, which, you know, is really kind of critical to Caltrans thinking. And we'll let them figure it out and tell us what we're allowed to keep. And that's really like our plan is we're going to have to take direction from higher authorities.
Well,
A particular
with
issue.
respect to the, you know, commission's authority here, if the applicant is saying they're leaving it up to Caltrans, I think the answer to your question, Commissioner Gupta, is they intend to keep it unless they're told by Caltrans to do something else.
Okay, that's how I'm reading
Yeah.
it too. So, because what I want to make sure is that the plan that's in front of us, the actual plan of the addition, is what we are approving, not that after the approval all that is changed, right? So that's what I'm trying to get at, is that plan kind of firm, or are
Let
we?
me say that the addition proposed by the applicant is the primary development in front of the commission here. And there's,
Okay.
I think, very little influence that the Caltrans decision about what occurs in the right of way will have any effect on the addition. So I think those are two separate issues.
Separate issues, okay.
But there is the possibility that if somehow Caltrans was to deny the encroachment permit, they wouldn't be able to move forward with the addition because of the lack of access. I mean, I'm sure they'll figure out a way to access it one way or the other, but I think the main thing is the addition, and I don't think that the issues with Caltrans will have any influence on how that addition is designed or constructed. It's only with regards to driveway access.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that, Steve, and thank you, Mr. Herself. No more
You're welcome.
questions at this time.
Commissioner Ramirez, do you have any questions?
Yeah, more of a comment to follow up on the fence and the location of the fence, and kind of seek a little clarification as to you know, who has authority over, you know, where the fence is. Because I think that, well, it's true that Caltrans has the authority to condition the fence to be where it is right now. I don't think that there's anything that prevents the commission from requiring a fence within the property line. And I personally would like to see the fence within the property line rather than outside, because I think that as I think Mrs. Ketchum was alluding before, if you know, the public in the future wants to have access to that right away, it becomes very difficult to make you know, people who are already encroached into the right of way, making them move their fences back. So I believe that we have the authority to require that a new fence would be within the property line, unless county council, somebody else will tell me that we do not have that authority.
Any more questions?
Not more questions. That's my comment and maybe some clarification.
Well, I think I attempted to address that earlier, and my belief is that this commission does have the authority to make that requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So the biggest question I'm seeing in front of the commission is basically the concrete and access and the fence. And you have an opportunity to have a lot of paid place in front of your house. And I presume you're not planning to use that as a parking lot. You have some mind of activities out there or something. I mean, if you get everything you want, what are you planning to do in front of your house?
Well, that's an interesting question that I don't have a good answer for. That's basically how the owners choose to live their lifestyle, and what are they going to do with all that paving, and are they going to like repair vehicles, or I don't know, park a motorhome or whatever. I don't see anything like that being the plan for these particular owners. I do think that it's even though it is the paving in particular exists in the Caltrans right of way, that it's sort of an asset to the piece of property, even though that it is not attached to the piece of property. So it would be nice to keep that paving there. And that's my thought. And as regarding the fence, I mean, it is after all a wooden fence, and it's got a gap on the left and a gap on the right. So it is not the most important thing in my way, thinking it's not the most important thing to focus on. But if Caltrans says get rid of the fence, we'll get rid of the fence. If the planning commission says get rid of the fence, we'll get rid of the fence. If Caltrans says get rid of the paving, we'll do that. If not, but our initial goal or our initial outlook here is to really would like to keep what is there. As I said a few minutes ago, the answer is there's two higher powers that are, dealing with this right here. And kind of to go back to Steve Monowitz, what we're, we want to get the addition built. That's kind of like where we're at with this thing here. And these other things are sort of adjuncts to, oh yeah, it'd be nice to keep that. But if we had to argue about it on and on and on, and then kind of go, well, forget it, we're just going to keep the fence and forget the addition. That's not the plan. We're trying to figure out just sort of how to negotiate our way through this particular meeting so we can, with approval, then get back to Caltrans and say, okay, what do you guys want?
Okay, thank you very much. Unless there's further questions by the commission, we'll move to the public portion.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. We're now opening public comment for item number 2. Let's see. For those joining by phone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. When you hear your name called, I will prompt you to unmute your account and inform you that you may begin speaking. Right now, I see 2 hands raised for this item. The first one is Lenny Roberts, followed by Angelo Gomez, and I think he's one of the applicants for this project. So hold on just a second. So I share my screen.
Mr. Chair, may I suggest that the applicant be allowed to speak next?
Sure.
Okay. Angelo?
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Yes, good morning. My name is Angelo Gomez. Sorry, I just came in a little bit later. I just want to answer the question regards to, I guess, regards what we're gonna do at the front. You know, I mean, pretty much we bought the house. That house was paid, and like what David Herzl was saying, I mean, it will wait what Caltrans said. We don't have any plans at the front. Pretty much, we're just more focused on the addition. It's just that I guess when we got the story from the old owners, I guess Caltrans were not really, they brought their concern before because it was building a pool of flood in front of their yard. That's why they had to put all those pavement there. Because how the highway is designed, it's kind of sloping to the property. So it was just pooling tons of water that was getting into their garage. So for us, we don't really have plans because it was paid when we bought it. But I kind of noticed too when we, of course, 4 days after we purchased the house, I looked at the house. I said, why is the fence extended compared to the other neighbors? But we just left it as what it is because we were planning, hoping to renovate the house anyways. But the only advantage of us having that pavement up front is going out of our driveway, because a lot of people honestly doesn't follow speed limits there. So we're able at least to kind of see or give us a chance to kind of view our way to make a left and a right turn on that. Because if you look at how the house is positioned, it's pretty tough to get out of there in the morning or even middle of the day, or even, you know, I mean, at night it's kind of reasonable, but you know, that's the only thing I could think of. That's what it's kind of helping us out. But I don't know if that answered your question, but we're not planning on anything extending or putting a garden in there. We're just gonna leave it paved as what it is, if ever it's allowed to leave the fence out there.
Thank you. Any other things you wish to inform the commission about?
Nothing really. I mean, it's just I think it's just the only thing that we're experiencing a hard time is just, I'm just worried that if we take that concrete out and leave it dirt or whatever, we rarely see that being maintained by Caltrans. That's the only concern I have, and I'm worried about flooding. So, you know, especially on the other on the lot that we purchased, because that lot is kind of sloping too, because it's not paved yet. So that's the only concern I have, is the drainage for the highway that goes to our property. That's the only reason why, you know, my worry.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
If you don't have any more comments, we'll go to the next speaker.
Thank you.
No, I kind of came in last minute. Sorry, I work in the ICU at UCSF. So you know, my wife just called me and I was able to catch this meeting. I apologize, guys, but.
Thank you, Angelo.
Okay, thanks, David.
Okay, next we have Lenny Roberts. Lenny, please accept this request, unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Hang on. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Lenny Roberts. Good morning, commissioners. Lenny Roberts speaking for Green Foothills. I wanted to chime in about the issue of the encroachment into the Caltrans right-of-way that Commissioner Ketchum and Santa Cruz have been commenting, and I want to support their concerns. I think under your authority with the coastal development permit process, you do have the authority to require the fence to be moved back to the property line. And it's really important in this case because the county has for over a decade included the east side parallel trail along Highway 1 from Montera all the way down to the south end of Half Moon Bay as a project that they intend to pursue, which would provide coastsiders who live on the east side of Highway 1 to have a bicycle and pedestrian route that allows them to move north and south without having to cross Highway 1 to get to the Coastal Trail or down in Half Moon Bay to the Naomi Patridge Trail as well. So this is a really important alternative transportation facility that this encroachment would make it very difficult to do in this particular section. So based on that, I would urge you to require as a condition of approval of the coastal development permit that the fence, once the new driveway has been constructed, the fence be moved back and the pavement removed, because that will also, even though there may be in the future a coast side trail there, the east side parallel trail, you obviously need to reduce the runoff, the stormwater runoff as much as possible. It's already, the site already has more impermeable surfaces than the standard. So this would actually help in accommodating stormwater runoff, especially as the facility is designed to remove any stormwater runoff that's coming from the site or even from the other direction. So that would be my recommendation. This project is appealable to the Coastal Commission. I think it would be, a better solution for the county to get this taken care of, this particular issue at the local level, so that the applicant can move forward. And so we need to have both the improvement to the stormwater situation and also the improvement to the north-south access and trail facility that's being planned for this area. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you.
If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Chairman Hansen, there are no more raised hands for this item.
Okay. Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to close the public portion.
Let's close the motion, close the public comments.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Gupta,
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
You're muted.
Again, sorry, I.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Aye.
Chairman Hansen.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we're now moving into our discussion portion. I see Lisa who wishes to start the discussion. Please.
Thank you. So follow up to Lenny Roberts' comment, this project on the west side of the highway would need, is planned for a pedestrian sidewalk or pathway along the outer edge of this project is in the next block over from the Moss Beach Chevron, where there has also been an issue. And then the block after that has the mixed use building that we approved about a year ago, where there was much discussion about a sidewalk on along the highway. So that's the situation here. And I think that that I would like to ensure only one driveway access opening. I don't know if that needs to be a condition, but it's Director Monowich said that would be the case. Then I do think we need a condition that the front fence be within the property line for maximum public access in the right of way. And another thing I would like to ask relating to the concrete, I mean, I hope you're all aware that this entire existing house, the entire front yard is concrete and the entire backyard is concrete. So, that was the previous owner, what they wanted, but I would like to have a condition to remove around the concrete around the cypress tree in the front yard for tree health to a diameter recommended by the county arborist. I think that as a minimum is what I would like to see for the concrete. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Steve, you're looking like you.
Yes, I was just going to say, I have some ideas about how to word the condition, but I'll let the commission continue its discussion. And when you feel the time is right, Chair Hansen, I'm ready to propose a condition.
Any other comments?
May I?
Go for it.
Yeah, I'm going to go along that line and actually to add to that condition that actually the driveway approach, the old driveway approach, the concrete be completely removed. You know, so some concrete can stay inside the property line, but there's no need for the driveway approach from the street for the concrete to stay there. So that we only have concrete at the new entry driveway.
I do have a comment on the fence. Considering that they're putting in on the north side the new driveway for the garage, the fence that would run parallel to the driveway would have to come out. And so you're going to have this fence across that parallels the highway. And that will have to be shortened because part of that intrudes into the new driveway. So now this fence is getting just smaller this way and it'll just be stuck out there. And for a design visual thing, that alone, it needs to go, let alone all the excellent arguments I think Commissioner Ketchum brought up. I was trying to figure out if they had any plans for the concrete, because if they had some grand plans that, you know, I had no idea, you know, maybe an entertainment area or something like that, you know, otherwise I would be leaning toward what Commissioner Ramirez said, you know, there's, and also about the tree, you know, let's open and daylight some stuff. So I didn't hear any plans about it. So I'm kind of leaning that way too now. Commissioner Gupta, did you want to have any comments?
Just briefly, yes. Thank you, Chair Hansen. I like what Commissioner Ketchum is proposing, and to some extent what Commissioner Ramirez is saying. I would like to see those two things and minimize the concrete or pavement wherever it can be. That's my concern. And of course, the fence should be within the property line, and it should kind of complement this elegant design of their home. I think it's a beautiful design, and it should continue to look pride of the neighborhood. I know I'm not the applicant, but I think it looks very good to me. Okay, so those are my comments, and I agree that we should add those conditions to the approval. Thank you.
Commissioner Santa Cruz, any additional comments?
Just one last comment, Chairman Hansen, for the efficiency of this meeting. And since I think Mr. Monowitz got already the idea, basically what we're discussing in terms of the adding the condition or removing the fence back to the property line for right-of-ways and stuff, maybe we could listen to Steve, so what he can propose, and then we can move on to the next agenda items. Since you already have the idea, what is it that the intention that we're hoping for?
Hey, Mr. Monowitz, someone wants to hear what you have to say.
So the condition that I would suggest be included would require that prior to issuance of the building permit, final plan shall be submitted for the community development director's review and approval that eliminates all unnecessary encroachments within the Highway 1 right-of-way, among other ways, by eliminating all fencing within the Caltrans right-of-way, all fencing and pavement within the right-of-way. And then in addition, all existing concrete adjacent to the cypress tree in the front yard shall be reduced, shall be eliminated to the satisfaction of the county arborist as necessary to maintain the health of the tree. And I'm sure Kanoa can wordsmith that, so it reads a little bit better than I said it, but I think you get the drift.
Yep. Perfect.
Yes, please, Lisa.
That sounds great. Steve, I just one other thought, and this doesn't have to fly, but just put it out there. Since it's already concrete, if we're going to remove it with, I would say with the possible exception of a 5-foot width for sidewalk adjacent to the property line. I mean, looking ahead to, would that be of use?
I think if what you're suggesting is that they leave a segment of concrete that a future sidewalk could attach to, I don't think that that would be of much use, because I think if and when a sidewalk is developed in the future, it's going to be constructed to uniform standards, and trying to mesh it in with what's there now probably wouldn't work.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
That's all.
so here basically there's a consensus to approve this with a condition of approval. Does somebody wish to take the lead for making the motion?
I can do that.
Okay.
I move we approve the coastal development permit design review and home improvement exception, county file number PLN 2020-00165, by adopting the required findings and conditions of approval listed in attachment A, and with modification as stated by Director Monowitz. Is that good enough? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I second.
Yeah.
Okay, we have the motion in front of us. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Gupta,
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Aye.
Chairman Hanses.
Aye. Congratulations, and we'll move on to the third item on our agenda.
Item number 3, owner KN Properties, applicant Ron Stefanik, file number PLN 2017-00199, location 9400 Cabrillo Highway in Moss Beach, and the project planner is Olivia Boone. Olivia, would you mind sharing your screen?
Sorry, I'm working on it.
Dad knows on?
Yeah, he's walking the room. Just here, just in case you need any help, just let me know.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I need to go back so I can start my, oh, here we go. Okay. Good morning, commissioners. I'm going to review the project, the location, the project proposal, some concerns voiced for the project, revisions submitted by the applicant, staff's recommendation, and then policy compliance. This is the location on Highway 1.
Yep, that was it.
The subject parcel is outlined in yellow. It is located between Lancaster Avenue and Vermont Avenue. This is a photographs of the project site. The green shaded area shows where the landscape planter that previously existed was located. And then the right photo shows what exists now with the landscape plant removed. This is another view of the property from Vermont Avenue, so on the north side of the property with Highway 1 to the left. The project scope is, the goal of this coastal development permit is to restore the low profile landscape planner that was removed without permits. And in turn, reinstalling that landscape planner, replacing it will also help provide safer vehicle movement directly from the gas station to Highway 1. The project did receive comments from the Midcoast Community Council. They had made some requests, as noted here, that with the replacement of the landscape planner, to have it redesigned to only allow one driveway, a maximum of 60 feet access to and from Highway 1, extending the landscape planner towards the monument sign, which is the north side of the property. I will show that on the next slide. With the redesigned landscape planner, it would provide, replace about the 819 square feet of landscape where the property is entirely hardscape right now. And then they also had a request to install sidewalk area along Highway 1 opening. This was the plan that, just to kind of reiterate what I just walked through of their desires of how to redesign and replace the landscape planner. The red area is the replacement portion, and then the green area shows the extension to the north property line. And then the open area south of the red shade area would be the one driveway access to and from the gas station to Highway 1. That council also referenced 3 documents in support of their design and what they wished to see for the property. This was the proposal presented to you back in March at the initial Planning Commission hearing, proposing the replacement planter noted in green, 35 feet long and 4 feet wide. Staff has since, the applicant was asked to, based on their comments and concerns, ask the applicant to go back and for further redesign, because at the time there was no clear direction from Caltrans, and also to get feedback from Coastside Fire. So this revised plan was presented in October, so more recently. And this was also the plan that was published with the report. So to cover some aspects that were covered here, staff did confirm with Caltrans that they wanted the replacement landscape planner, which is identified as letter C, to be moved out of the Highway 1 Caltrans right-of-way and onto private property. So that's why it's relocated. The pink line is the property line. So landscape planner C is moved onto private property. This creates a north driveway of 42 feet, approximately 42 feet, and then a new proposed planter on the south side, which would then create a second driveway, which identified as the south driveway of 51 feet. The applicant did review this with Coastside Fire, and this does comply with their requirements. It does provide more, it replaces the landscape planter removed. With the addition of planter B, it does provide and replace landscape on the site, and also with all 3 planters, it does provide restricted vehicle movement exiting and entering the gas station from Highway 1. More recently, staff did have a conversation meeting together with the applicant and Coastside Fire to try and see if any further modifications then could be made that would comply with fire requirements. And so a few minor modifications is adding sorry, to go back a step, in the staff report, staff had recommended expanding planter A all the way to the north property line. And fire expressed concerns about that in their recent conversation because there is a fire hydrant located in that area and they need to have adequate access to that. So as a solution to that, I've noted here that they are okay with doing a 4-foot 4-foot wide planter in that direction, retaining planter A, but also just modifying it with the added planter where the blue line exists. This, the planter C would remain at 35 feet long and 4 feet wide. They did, Coastside Fire does want that planter C to remain the same width of the existing canopy. So this will bring this down to 35 feet. And it allows them the access that they need to the gas station on the north driveway. Planter B would remain unchanged. Coastside Fire noted that the 51 feet that is proposed is what they need in order to access as needed the propane tank that is located next to planter B. Although this is not the 60 feet that was requested by the Midcoast Community Council, staff does need to focus on the requirements, the access requirements, minimum driveway widths as required by Coastside Fire.
Olivia, I'm just going to jump in here for a second.
Sure.
If you'd go back to that slide, because I want to make sure the commissioners and anybody who's listening in understand how this compares to what was published in our recommendation. So in the staff report, the conditions of approval suggested that planter A be extended to the north, and what's been requested by the applicant is, rather than the entire depth of that planter, as you see going west from Highway 1, rather than the entire width of that be extended to the northern property line, that it be limited to a 4-foot strip where Olivia has inserted that light blue line. In that way, the applicant, I think, can retain the parking spaces, 2 parking spaces that they have there. And Fire didn't have any concerns with that, or with extending that 4-foot strip to the south such that the northern driveway is only 35 feet wide. The other thing we tried to do we suggested in the conditions of approval was that planter B be extended to the north, such that the southern driveway be 35 feet in width, just like the northern driveway. That's where Fire had their most concerns, because they want to have direct access to where that propane tank exists. So they felt like extending the planter further to the north would interfere with their ability to quickly access that propane tank, and therefore they have asked that southern driveway be kept at 51 feet in width. So hopefully that clarifies Fire's input on the recommendation we published. So go ahead, Olivia, back to you.
Thank you. That was just kind of giving you an overview of how the project has progressed in terms of revisions from the applicant and working with Fire and staff. The project is for environmental review categorically exempt. In terms of the regulations conformance, it complies with the general plan, the local coastal program, and the applicable zoning district. Staff is, based on the latest revision, staff is recommending the Planning Commission approve the coastal development permit. And that is the end of my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. I'm going to start first with Commissioner Ketchum. You have questions, and I think you even may have a presentation.
Yes, thank you. Just a moment. I want to share my screen.
Olivia, I think you might need to stop sharing. So Commissioner.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, how's that?
Excellent.
So I just wanted to add some information to help the discussion. As you may have remember from our first hearing on this, during my time in the Midcoast Council, since this issue of the removed landscape planter in 2011 was reported to us in 2012, I've tried to get this addressed. And so in this image, north is at the top. The speed limit is 50 miles an hour on the highway, but vehicles commonly go faster. The fire hydrant is at the gas station corner at Vermont and Highway 1, right next to the shoulder of the highway. The paved shoulder fronting the gas station is about the same width as the highway travel and center turn lanes combined, a unique situation in Moss Beach. Notice where the stop bar is at Vermont compared to the gas station property line. Lane control lines in the center of the highway consist of a barrier, I think it's defined that way in DMV, indicated by two sets of double yellow lines which lead to the left turn lane for Vermont. Vehicles commonly disregard these lines, turning left across the highway into and out of the gas station anywhere mid-block, instead of using the indicated location for these turns at Vermont. When traffic is moderate or heavy, it can be a long wait for a gap to open in both directions at once. And there can be a number of vehicles waiting to make a quick dash, often in conflicting directions. Broadsides are the typical type of vehicle crash in Moss Beach. As you heard, the applicant in the previous item is in the next block south, and he mentioned the difficulty of turning out of the property onto the highway. For pedestrians and bicyclists, the entire paved shoulder on the gas station highway frontage is an exposed no man's land. The yellow arrows show two-way circulation through the site, front and rear of the gas station, including trucks and trailers, enabled by two access openings on Vermont, and direct highway access at the south end of the station, and without using the highway access north of the pumps. Let's see. The vehicle accessed by Vermont, this shows the front one at 27 feet wide. And the vehicle here exits the station, the red dashed line, and waits at the fog line or somewhere in that no man's land to turn left across the double yellow lines and center turn line, instead of using the intersection at Vermont, easily there in their line of travel, indicated by the yellow dashed lines. Then the lower picture shows the additional access on Vermont at the rear of the gas station, which is 30 feet wide. That RV's been there for some years. I don't know what that's about. It kind of might inhibit the fire truck from going around the rear, but certainly that could be moved. So I was here one day when the fuel truck was delivering the truck and trailer. And so the picture shows at the top, I spoke to the driver, and he said he comes northbound. He enters that left turn lane. He turns into Vermont, and he accesses the station right there through the 27-foot wide access opening. He does his fueling there, then drives through the station and exit exits at the south end. You can see the arrow pointing to him. He sat there for a while, I don't know, keeping his logbook or something. Anyway, also in this picture, you can see the vehicle coming out of the gas station doing this typical maneuver of cross highway left turning when just that's how it is. So the green line, as was shown earlier in the staff presentation, was what MCC had asked for all these years. The extended planter from the pumps northward to connect with the existing planter at the tower sign, thus closing direct highway access north of the pumps and leaving open highway access south of the pumps and retaining through site circulation via Vermont. No need to turn around within the gas station. You see the type of fuel truck that comes there, the truck and trailer goes easily through the gas station. I don't know what to make of the new changes just heard today. Maybe just skip that for now. And I want to, I was going to say that one good thing about this design was that this corner planter, the generous corner planter proposed, would really aesthetically make a difference here. This entire site is just paved with nothing. And that planter would be very nice. Aesthetically, I thought we had achieved something. And I was only going to ask for this circulation thing, but anyway. Then this is something, the planter detail, this is something I asked for last March. It has not been addressed. For long-term viability and drought tolerance, it will be poor in this limited soil volume. It's less than a foot deep. So I want to request modifications to modify the planter specifications to delete the base rock and the geotextile fabric from the planter and show topsoil direct connection to the native soil, and add a note on the plans that the entire planters, including backfill, shall be free of aggregate base or other materials or construction debris detrimental to optimal plant growth. So I just put this list here. This is just for consideration and discussion today. This is just reviews the three things, modifications that I just mentioned. And so I hope that's helpful, and I'll stop sharing my screen now. Would that be the thing to do? Hello?
Yes, that would be the thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Do you have more questions, staff?
Well, this new information that we just got as regard to the fire department and their requirements. And some years ago, I did ask, as we tried to discuss this situation over email, I asked for a site visit. This is back in the timing you could get together like that. And that didn't happen. And this always, as I say, over the years, it's been, well, we have to ask fire and we have to ask Caltrans. And so I see in the fire standards attached to all the projects that we're approving, and the one for the next item on our agenda today. And even, it says a minimum 20-foot wide access. And I have to wonder if the discussions with Caltrans have acknowledged, with the fire department has acknowledged this access on Vermont and this wide shoulder area to park in front of there's so many options for the fire truck, and to perhaps for that corner planter, just a pathway through the planter, or if they can't walk the extra 4 feet past the sign and go. It seems a shame to leave that north access, to leave both accesses onto the highway. In case of a fire, when every day it creates a hazard to life and property. I'm sorry, this isn't a question. I shouldn't be saying this now.
I take it as a question in that, well, why can't it be done? And I think fire was supposed to participate today. If they couldn't make it, I believe Olivia is making an effort to try and get them on the line to explain their perspective. But based on the discussion that I had with them yesterday, my understanding is, they want a minimum of 35-foot width on the northern driveway, which I understand Commissioner Ketchum was hoping would be closed down. Their only objection to the planter to the north of that, or the only concern they have about it, is protecting the fire hydrant. And what they told us yesterday is they need no obstruction within 3 feet of the fire hydrant. And so based on that input, we think the planter can be extended to the north. It just needs to work around that fire hydrant with a 3-foot width. And then with respect to the southern entrance, they didn't want that impeded. They want the center planter to be limited to the width of the canopy. And then they wanted the southern planter to only extend as far north as the propane tank. And, their basis for those dimensions, I'll leave it up to them to defend, and hopefully they can come on to do that. So.
Well, I'm pleased to hear, oh, sorry.
No, I'm done.
I'm pleased to hear about the 3-foot space around the hydrant, and then we can still have the landscape there. That sounds great. I was surprised to see the new small planter proposed down there near the south end, near the propane. I don't see any need for that, and I would have to question, because from what I saw of the fuel truck, that may cramp his style. So I mean, and right next to that, at the south end, there's a whole vacant parcel there with pervious soil. So I don't really see the need at all for that barrier down there. And
well, let me say in response to that, that was, I think, my idea, and that was intended to try and respond to the council's desire to get back to something equivalent in terms of landscape area to what was there previously, because based on what had been proposed by the applicant and the limitations that fire presented, we saw that as a potentially feasible way to provide at least get closer to equivalent square footage. But if that's not acceptable to the commission, we're certainly not stuck on that southern planter.
yeah, I have no attachment to the southern planter one way or the other, as long as it doesn't impede the fuel truck. And I guess we're, even if we can close off the northern highway access, you're still going to have some of this cross highway craziness going on from the southern access, but we need the southern access. I acknowledge that. So, but it would certainly cut down on it. And I think, as I recall, back when the applicant came to an MCC meeting, the reason they removed that planter, they said, was because people were driving across it and damaging it and damaging their vehicles. And I'm trying to picture how that would happen, why they would be driving across it. So the previous planter did extend somewhat beyond the canopy, and maybe they were trying to, I don't know, reposition themselves, and the vehicle was too big for what they're trying to do. Because basically the northern highway access, it's kind of a tight turn. Vehicles can't really, if you're coming out of the pump, and we see the cars quickly turn onto the highway, but a big vehicle couldn't do that. And if they tried to, they were hitting the planter. And so why can't they just go straight ahead to Vermont and go out the straight way? In all these conversations and in the staff presentation, it never mentions these two, the access on Vermont, the access openings that are, and if the front one, the fuel truck uses, it's 27 feet wide, I measured it. If that's too narrow, easy to just smooth the curb out, make that wider. It's all pavement everywhere there. So anyway, I'll stop now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ketchum. We'll go to Commissioner Gupta. You have any questions?
Thank you, Chair Hansen. What Commissioner Ketchum is saying makes perfect sense to me. I kept questioning, why do we have two accesses from the gas station onto the highway? I totally see why we can do without the what you call the north end access there. And even for the south end, do we have a sign there saying that you can only make a right turn from there? Is
No.
that something, is
There's
that
no-
something other businesses have there of any kind?
Not that
I
I'm
would-
aware of.
Yeah, I would suggest something like that rather than making it two-way. See, that's the other thing. They may, because it's two-way, right? Vehicles can enter as well as leave. And there's always that possibility of conflict and accidents there. So the idea of, I think, width for the south access, southern access is fine. I think if fire wants it, that will have to be provided. But the north one can be closed. There's plenty of parking in the back by the convenience store part of it. So losing those two parking there, I don't think that should be a big issue there. So those things are something we really need to make it very safe for cars going in and out, pedestrians, bicycles. So whatever can be done there. So sorry, I don't really have questions. I just have all these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Santa Cruz, any questions?
An observation, I mean, this guy removed the planner and, you know, we're trying to make it happen to be feasible and legally and acceptable in terms of like the constructions. But being a gas station, I can't picture if we close the north driveway, which I think that's the understanding that I'm hearing. We have a gas station on Highway 1. We only have one entrance and exit for big vehicles and trying to pump gas. And then the exit, the entrance for Vermont. So I think if we approve this in a very restrictive way, encircling this gas station in terms of business, I personally don't feel comfortable because we're trying to, especially this day and age, where people feel like businesses are being strained because of situation that is happening right now. I think if we were to make this planner back to where it's supposed to be before, I wouldn't like to see it more restricted than it is now in terms of the exit and entry for a gas station. Because if we propose to eliminate the north driving exits, we're only going to have one south driving exit and entry where it may be very difficult for customers.
Okay, Commissioner Ramirez, any questions?
No, I don't have questions. You know, I'm just trying to reconcile everybody's idea here and trying to, you know, I wish that the Fire would come on board and kind of give their 2 cents as to why they're requiring what they are requiring. It's how can I put it? I think the way it was presented on the report, I think it makes sense. I think it leaves enough, of movement around there. It restricts, and I was thinking more of along the ways of maybe adding signage to direct traffic on which direction they can come in and which direction they can come out, because I don't think that's part of it. So yeah, that's where I'm at right now. I'm trying to reconcile everything that I'm looking at and everybody's opinions.
Thank you. I do have some questions. I started looking at gas stations and realized most gas stations have been at these locations for 50 or more years. We kind of historically got what we got based on usage and patterns and vehicle types of half a century ago. Though I did notice that most gas stations don't have 4 entrances, particularly on a corner. If we were to scrape this absolutely clean and was designing it to current standards, do we have standards? Do we know what it would look like on a corner?
I'm not familiar with the fire standards or the Caltrans standards, but we do have policies within our local coastal program that seek to minimize driveway openings on Highway 1 to the minimum required. And the intent of that policy is to address the safety issues and circulation issues that Commissioner Ketchum has raised.
I mean, what I have looked at busy corners on the bay side, again, are based on this, they're old, but there are one on street A and one on street B. And kind of like the north driveway does not exist because just for the problems Commissioner Ketchum talks about, people trying to beat the traffic on Vermont getting on there so they don't cross each other while they're turning south, they're trying to go north, while you have another lines of traffic trying to merge into the turn lane. I mean, for the most part, I've seen that designed out, but that's just an observation, not a requirement of anybody. So I just want to know what current standards were. Thank you. We'll go to the applicant if they have any comments or ready to speak to the commission.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm Ronald Stefanik, the applicant, and I'm mainly here to answer questions, but I would like to make the comment that that I've always said is that we're agreeable to do whatever fire deems necessary for life and safety purposes. We did have our meeting yesterday with Steve Monowitz and John Riddell and Patrick with Coastside Fire. It was an in-depth meeting, and that's when they came up with this final solution with the 35-foot driveway to the north and the present planned driveway of 51 feet to the south. Based on that, we all agreed to this their wishes. And what I'm saying now is that we're pretty steadfast on what fire requires. Now, I have to say is that I texted John Riddell and said that he wants to join the meeting, and I sent him a link. I don't know if he's joined yet or not. If not, we'll give him a call. Usually he answers my phone calls because I think it's imperative that he joined this meeting to give you his reasons for his entrance requirements. That's all I have to say unless you have further questions.
Okay, I'll turn it over to the commissioners to see if they have any questions. Started with Commissioner Ketchum.
Should call.
No questions.
Okay, Commissioner Gupta.
Yes, I just have one question. Those 2 parking spots that are right there near, I believe, the A planter that we are talking about?
Yes.
Typically, what are they used for? Like, who uses them?
Well, it's for guests, and it's also for tourists. Or people
Yeah,
that
it's
wanna
a
go to-
regular,
excuse me, and also people that want to use the convenience store that are not getting fuel. They park there regularly to go into the convenience store and then continue on. Yes.
okay, okay. And you have more parking on the property?
Yes.
How many?
Calling on the phone. They should be in now.
We have 4 spots. There's I believe 2 or 3 spots adjacent to the bathroom, and there's parking ahead of the propane tank. I see them parked there sometimes, and sometimes before the propane tank. But designated parking spots, we have 4. The 2 in the front and 2 in front of the bathrooms.
Okay, okay. Thank you. No more questions.
Chair Hansen, John Riddell from Coastside Fire is now on the line. So if the commissioners have questions for fire, he's available.
Okay. Commissioner Ramirez, your hand's wavering there.
Yeah, for the applicant, there's an RV that seems to be permanently parked there. Is that something that will continue to be there? What's the reason for that RV?
Well, what the RV is there for is for our longtime manager of the gas station, and he lives remotely. So, and he gets up very early in the mornings to open the station, and also he stays to close the station. So from time to time, fairly often, he will stay in that trailer.
So then it's just permanently parked there.
At the moment, yes. It's movable, but yeah, it's there.
Yeah, but I'm thinking, and you probably, if you lose the other parking on where at the corner there, that you probably need more parking, and having that RV permanently parked there, you reduce the chances of having that additional parking for your customers.
Yeah, so what I forgot to mention is that on the opposite side of the bathrooms, we have air and water, and there's also space there for approximately 3 cars. And also, I should mention that in our meeting yesterday, this subject came up, and that's why we are proposing a 4-foot wide planter in front of those parking spaces to retain those 2 parking spaces. And therefore giving the same amount of planning as we have the planter in front of course, the canopy is 4 feet wide, and we propose to do the same thing, 4 foot wide alongside the northerly planet and retain the 2 spaces, which would then give us 3, 5, 7 spaces.
Doing stuff, so.
Okay, no additional questions at the moment for the owner, Chairman.
Okay. Commissioner Santa Cruz, any questions?
I have a question regarding the number of entrants for the fire office for the person who are representing the fire department. Are they being available? Or can I just
We're right here.
Okay. So my question is, the way it is proposed now with the 2 entrants on Highway 1, North Driveway and South Driveway. If we go by the proposal of closing North Driveway by extending the planner or something as one of the commissioners proposing, would that create some kind of like violation in terms of the fire department or something? There's 2 entrance versus 1 entrance.
So you're talking about So what we looked at yesterday, it showed the north entrance off of Highway 1 to be 35 feet. You're
Yeah.
suggesting that be closed?
Well, that's what I understand that one of the commissioners saying that extending the planner to close driveway 35 feet wide, and we only leave the 51 south driveway. And to my understanding, and I'm not an expert on this, but to my understanding is we're gonna leave only one exit and entry to a gas station on Cabrillo Highway, which may create a little bit of traffic or hazard for entry or exit on the gas station. My question to you, would that cause some kind of problem in terms of your opinion?
Okay, so what we agreed to yesterday, or we talked about, was the north entrance would be reduced down to 35 feet, not eliminated. So there would be an in and an out. So for fireground tactics, we would want that to stay at 35 feet on the north side.
Okay, that's all I want to hear, because I want to hear if aesthetically may be good for us as a commissioner to propose eliminating the north driveway, but in terms of like feasibility or safety hazard and something that you have discussed previously, that's also important, at least personally for me. Thank you very much.
It is, and by reducing it down to the 35 feet, that would still not impede anything that we would need to do during any type of fire or any type of emergency, but that would be the limit to where we want to reduce it down to. And then on the south side, we want to leave it the way it is because we got propane tanks in there. And to access that portion of the facility, we would want to stay as far away from the propane tanks during an actual emergency as we could. So by reducing that down to below where it is now would be a hazard for us.
Okay, as a subject matter expert on the field, you recommended to have at least two driveways on the Cabrillo Drive.
We recommend it to look exactly like what's put up on the screen right now. That is our recommendation.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate your input. That's all, Commissioner Hansen.
And to be clear, your recommendation is what's on the screen, but is it a hazard to close the north driveway?
When you have propane tanks on your south side and your only means of egress on a main highway is the same side as the propane tanks, let alone the fuel filling stations, that poses a real risk to our emergency response and our firefighters. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, then if no further questions. Oh, Lisa's raising her hand. Please.
Hi, can I share my screen, please? Where, oh, sorry. Thank you. So I'm so glad to talk to you, Mr. Riddell, about this issue. I think we've both been involved with over the years. So the question from Commissioners Santa Cruz did not address these two access openings on Vermont. And I don't understand if the fuel truck enters the station from Vermont, why the fire truck couldn't also enter it there. It's right there. It's so close. Is there some reason that's not of any use?
So what a tanker does to unload fuel is irrelevant to fireground tactics. We utilize wind directions, different types of access based on types of fuel load and types of structures that could or may not be involved, not limited to vehicles or anything like that. So anytime we can have an access other than, you know, the ones you're showing on the highway would be a benefit to the fire department.
So you're saying the two accesses from Vermont are a benefit?
All access is a benefit for fireground operations because you can base a medical aid, say in a car or inside the store. What you can't dictate is where the fire would start. And that's what we're looking at. So we right now are operating on this, what you show here as our access points, utilizing Vermont if needed, based on where the fire would start in the gas station.
Okay.
So everything is, and that's just our fire department access, not accounting for any civilian egress going on simultaneously as we're trying to respond, which then would bottleneck everything with less egress ingress opportunity.
Right, and then you also have the advantage of here of this wide paved shoulder where you can double park two large trucks all anywhere along the front of this gas station. And also I was thinking if there's a fire around fuel like this, I wouldn't think you'd want your truck right up next to that. Is that correct? I mean, wouldn't you keep the truck out of?
Talking hypotheticals.
So I can't really answer something that's hypothetical. All I can tell you is when we first reviewed this thing, we were only reviewing the access off Highway 1. The Vermont portion was never brought to our attention. And without us taking a look at what the commission wants to consider, I mean, I can't really respond to what access is on Vermont other than what we currently have works for us.
Our plan review was based on the assumption that we were just looking at the replacement of the north inner box that has been gone for a couple of years now. We didn't know this is encompassing a full plan review of the entire facility. We thought this was addressing specifically a planter box along Highway 1. So if there's something else to the plan review that we need to be looking at, we can definitely do that, but that was not the message that was conveyed to fire.
Well, this is why I'm so glad to get to speak to you now, because so this image that I'm showing, it shows 4 access points and the other features. So with this in mind, and the space available around the station and what we've discussed when you tuned into the discussion, but do you think it's possible that you might make do with 3 access points instead of 4?
Where would I only see 1 access point off of Vermont.
Okay, so can you see my cursor?
I see that. That's our access point.
All right, there's another one down here.
What's the width to from the RV to the store? So a lot of different things factor into our decisions. If that's not the width that a fire engine can get through, that's not considered access for emergency vehicle.
All right, so I measured this one at 30 feet and the front one is 27, but like
I'm talking, but your egress, like ingress is going to go, it's not going to stop right where your yellow arrow ends to continue past the RV.
Yeah, so the RV has come up in conversation and it's been there for many years, and it could easily be relocated if that's an issue.
So, but then what we would need to see is your distance from the store to your property, not a movable object. So we don't know what that width is to even consider if that classifies as emergency access for us.
They take the break. So we're really kind of caught off guard. I thought we were.
They break and at night get some break-ins and so.
We're getting some background, so if somebody else who's got their mic open, if you could mute, that would be great. I think that might be Mr. Stefanak. But let me say in response to Fire's concern about being taken off guard about Vermont, I apologize if staff wasn't clear about this point. I think the point Commissioner Ketchum is raising is that, the need for 2 access ways along Highway 1 is affected by whether or not access to and from Vermont provides a feasible alternative to fire. And I apologize if staff didn't pose that question directly. And if you're saying you need more information to evaluate that, my suggestion is that we take the additional time to study that in more detail. So I think it's a relevant question, but I think it boils down to this for fire, and that is, would Vermont potentially, access from Vermont potentially provide a basis to remove the northern driveway on Highway 1? Because if the answer is irrespective of access on Vermont, fire still needs the north and south access on Highway 1, then there really wouldn't be much point in studying the access issue from Vermont. So,
so Steve, to that point, in our initial look at this, well, not initial, but now with what they're talking about on Vermont, we would still want to maintain ingress egress on Highway 1. The elimination of one of the access points on Vermont would probably be acceptable, but when it's not just fire coming in that we're trying to incorporate, we're trying to account for the public leaving at the simultaneously. They're not going to exit Vermont, they're going to exit Highway 1 to get out of the hazard as quick as possible. So for us, for fire, the 2 access points on Highway 1, we would appreciate that. The elimination of one on Vermont, we could understand, but for emergency vehicle access, Highway 1 is how we would normally respond to any emergency anywhere else.
So one of the components to a fire is ingress and egress. When we're ingressing, there's always people egressing. So the more opportunities for them to relocate from the actual emergency is a benefit to us. But the one, I don't know if that's the west end of Vermont is the one that you're thinking about eliminating, or the?
No, we're not talking about eliminating anything on Vermont. This image has north at the top. It's not, the circulation is a safety issue on the highway. Of these red arrows indicate just some of the wild moves people make to get out of there when there's a break in traffic in both directions. And Vermont is a light traffic street. There are no problems there, no safety issues, and that's fine. The problem is that with these openings, you get these daily hazardous situations at broadside collisions. Pedestrians, where do they go? The hazard is only on the highway, not on Vermont. And I remember the meeting we had regarding the Oceano Hotel in Harbor Village, where they had requested no parking all along Capistrano so that the fire could get their ladder truck there to fight a fire at that hotel. And there's a whole front yard of landscaping between between the hydrant and where the ladder trucks would park. And nobody ever said that the landscaping was in the way. So this is why I'm having trouble understanding this.
Okay, maybe I can help you out on that. So the problem wasn't an access issue for us on Capistrano until somebody parked there, and then the width of our vehicles made it very difficult to access the property from the west side. And with vehicles parked there, we'd have to go around all the vehicles to park there too. So those were the issues on that road. It had nothing to do with anything on vegetation or anything like that. It was the inability for us to access the property with people parked there. Now, if you look at the Chevron gas station, right? Chevron. For us to fight a fire into that facility, so where the propane tanks is, there's no way that we would want to go behind the building to access any type of emergency on the south side of the building. So that wouldn't be acceptable for us to block that side off. On the other side, normal firefighting ground tactics, we utilize whatever entrance we have based on the type of fire we have, where the location is, and what fuel's burning, if it's flammable liquids or the building itself. So they're really, I totally get where you're coming from, but they totally are completely different scenarios and why we want access versus somebody being parked in the way. That kind of help you out a little bit?
Yeah, no, I think it got confused with the parking, the no parking on Capistrano, but so there's no parking here. That's not an issue.
No, but the issue was, the parking was the issue on Capistrano. This is building access. It's different. One was blocking our access, and this is just eliminating our access. So
The on Capistrano, with no parking, the fire truck is still far away from the building. The fire truck is still as though if you parked on the shoulder here and fought it's that far from but apparently here, you need to get right up to the burning building.
no.
I'm just not.
Oh, it's really difficult to me to talk to you about fireground tactics when you're everything I would say to you would probably not make a lot of sense. All I'm telling you is those two buildings are completely different scenarios. There'll be completely different ways to fight the fire. And we don't just we don't have a box that every fire fits into. So every building has its unique scenario. So the more access we get to a building, the better it is for firefighting. I mean, I can't sit here and explain fireground tactics to you because I think we'd be wasting your time.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I have a question. In your experience, could we design a planter that the trucks would be able to cross safely?
Could you repeat that one more time?
Could we design a planter on the north, what is now the north driveway, where it would be easy for your trucks to get over, but at the same time be a planter and not a driveway?
So in our policies, we don't drive over curbs necessarily. The trucks are too heavy and it causes damage. The other thing is we don't drag hose across because there's a tripping hazard. So we try to eliminate any type of hazards like that. I know when you look at it, it just doesn't look like anything, but during the middle of the night or any other time, all those things create tripping hazards, which we try to eliminate. So for us to agree to add some hazard to our firefighting capabilities wouldn't be in our best interest.
Thank you. Anybody else have questions? Commissioner Gupta.
Just for my benefit, I know that there's a lot of strategy involved in your firefighting. Do you typically park your trucks close to the fire hydrant?
No.
So typical baseline training informs the engineer, the driver of the vehicle, to position the vehicle 1.5 times the height of the building away. That is
from the building.
But you also have to incorporate hose distance, the length of hose based on the size of hose we're using for the type of fire we're trying to mitigate based on the hazard or the fuel loading, multiple factors.
And the hydrant, we have a standard that it be within 500 feet of any type of structure. So we don't really want the hydrant next to the facility, but we want it in the area when we lay hose that we don't have to lay more than 500 feet. So that's the standard that we use. And the state of California uses the same standard.
Okay, so that is between the truck and the fire hydrant, 500 feet, right?
Would be, yes,
did I understand correct?
Yes, you did.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson, may I?
Yes, please.
May I? You know, I'm hearing for the last 10 minutes or 50 minutes, after hearing Commissioner Ketchum's ideas and how to go about designing the planter. And after hearing the most important in this particular case, subject matter expert, fire marshal advice. I see right now, I hear within the last 10 minutes, a balance between driving safety and aesthetic of the planner versus the safety hazard. And so I think, again, in terms of efficiency, we need to make a decision what's more important right now, and based on our responsibility as a commissioner, and having heard the advice of the subject matter expert, which are the fire marshal. We can go back and forth in discussing, but if we hear it from the subject matter expert, which are the fire marshal, so that's responsibility remain on us, and to make a decision now in what best for the project is based on the subject matter expert's opinion.
Do we have any other questions? If not, we'll end this portion. And
I do.
go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, just to follow up on what Commissioner Santa Cruz is saying. So we have, the issue is the access in case of an emergency into the facility to fight a fire versus the traffic challenges that we have to get in and out every day onto Highway 1. And from everything I'm hearing from the fire experts here, is that they would like to keep those two access points. Now, can we, the northern access point, can we control it? Can we restrict access or to that so that people wouldn't be able necessarily to come in from Highway 1, and it would only be exit only? And that way, in case of an emergency, so it's still there, and we can, you would have quick access in case of an emergency. Is that something? So the question is for the fire folks here. Is that something that you would recommend? Maybe just limiting the access to that particular entrance?
We have areas that we call EVA, emergency vehicle access areas, but I'm not aware that there's been a lot of traffic accidents in that area. I don't know. That's something that maybe Caltrans could provide information. Is there really an issue there for, I mean, I've been in the fire service here 35 years. We do have accidents there once in a while, but I don't remember anything being that stood out because of the way people normally enter and exit any portion of the Highway 1, let alone that area. But I'd totally be willing to listen to some sort of data that would show that maybe it's time we did do something like that. But from what I see right now, I'm not seeing it. So.
Right, but I mean, hypothetically, I mean, can you think that you can benefit from, continuing to have that access, but restricting the flow of the traffic out of the station there, so that mainly only the south exit would be used to access Highway 1 rather than both exits?
So, unfortunately, in the fire service, we don't base things on hypothetical. We base things on actual facts or actual a database, and we base our life safety decisions based on that information that's provided. So I'm not trying to be, not answer your question. We don't take hypothetical. We actually take facts and we apply everything based on that. So if there's information out there that shows that maybe that's something that should take place, then we would look at it.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, obviously with the lack of having that information that you would be seeking at the moment, I'm just thinking out loud here, can we actually do something like that so that we can, continue to have that as as an opportunity to continue to access the facility. But I guess that's more, for us, in the Planning Commission to discuss and figure out if that's something that we will be wanting to contemplate, restricting the access to that particular access point.
Okay, and I just want to thank everybody for allowing us to participate in this because I believe it's really important. And it gives us an opportunity to hear your input, to see what your view and what you're trying to accomplish based on, and then you can see what we look at too. So I really appreciate you allowing us to be in on this.
Commissioner Santa Cruz.
Commissioner Hanson, I just want to hear from Mrs. Andrikopoulos comments, legal comments, and then also Steve, because I'm hearing go back and forth on issues that what is our responsibility as a commissioner, as a planning commissioner, after having heard the subject matter expert, and I like a team used to advise us, and we needed to hear from Mrs. Andrikopoulos. I mean, what's the legality? How far we can go about these issues? And I don't want to go back and forth. Not that I'm losing my patience, but I mean, hearing the same thing over and over and over, that's kind of like render the whole thing at one point inefficient when we hear subject matter expert that tell us what's the limit that we can and we cannot do. Can we hear from Melissa and Steve on this, please?
Yeah, before we ask Melissa to talk about the legal principles surrounding this decision, I mean, one of our jobs is to make sure that this public hearing is run smoothly and fairly, and I want to recognize that we haven't yet gotten to public comment, and I have a feeling that we have a lot of people wanting to comment. So before we engage in further deliberations, I would suggest, if the chair agrees, that we take public testimony and then we wait to hear from everybody before we render any sort of final recommendation and issue a legal opinion, if that is okay with you, Commissioner Santa Cruz.
Yeah, but I would like to hear the legal opinion because that will help us veer our discussion even before the public comments.
Okay. Melissa, do you want to comment on kind of the relationship between the Planning Commission's review authority versus the fire department's review authority?
Sure, yeah, thank you, Commissioner Santa Cruz, and appreciate the question. I think here, we have a situation where we're trying to sort of address comments and questions on the fly in the midst of a hearing. So I definitely want to get to public comment, as Mr. Monowitz mentioned, but we do, I think, have a condition of approval here that will require compliance with the standards of coastside fire. So ultimately, we do have to sort of defer to those subject matter experts, whether there are compromises, as Commissioner Ramirez was suggesting, that could satisfy the requirements of coastside fire and also satisfy some of the interests of the commissioners, I think remains to be seen, and maybe there'll be more discussion on those points after public comment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, this is really a question period, and it's okay maybe to indicate where you're thinking you're going, so the public can comment on what so they can shape their concerns to us. But we're not here to debate anything, but to get information for us to make a good, better decision that really gets to the core of the matter. So it is time for public comment, and we'll go to that and turn it over to Janice to tell us the procedures and who's waiting out there to help us.
So if I can interrupt, we're going to leave the session now. Thanks again for letting us be involved.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Angela, would you mind helping us with public comment while I put on my timer?
Yes, thank you, Janet, and thank you, Chairman Hanson. I do see 2 hands raised. I will first call on Carlisle Ann Young, followed by JQ. Carlisle, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Thank you. I couldn't find the unmute. I did just joined after the 9 p.m. start, and I didn't send a letter, but I did try to send an image that shows that every single weekend and other times too, when traffic is going down Highway 1, there is a Sam's Chowder House pop-up restaurant on the corner of the north corner of the fire station, a gas station, excuse me, right next to the fire hydrant. You guys haven't addressed that at all. I sent the photo. Maybe you guys could take a look. I sent one to Janet Lujan and also to the Planning Commission. And also I think I texted it to Lisa. So she's probably very well aware of that chowder truck. Nobody has brought it up. I don't even know if those 2 parking spaces were legally put in there right next to the fire hydrant, but it's there so frequently that you guys haven't even included that as part of your study. And I personally think that having a restaurant on the corner of this gas station's parking area, albeit a food truck, is causing extra traffic coming and going from the gas station. And it also probably doesn't, actually have permission. Well, they may have the owner's permission to park there every weekend. It wouldn't surprise me at all. But the fact is, I don't know if that's legal use of that parking space on such a frequent basis. And I'm surprised that it hasn't been brought up. Maybe you should delay the decision on this till you guys go back and have the fire department study the 2 entrances on Vermont and those 2 parking spaces where you're going to try to move a planter box in at the same time where the chowder truck parks. Maybe you could let me know if you got the image I sent just recently. And I think that really complicates everything in your plan, but I support what the MCC is asking, which is to put the original planter box up there on the north corner of that gas station where it used to be. That obviously the owner did not ask permission to take out those planter boxes in the first place. He must have had other plans to bring in food trucks and let his employees sleep in an RV in the back and everything. But none of those things look as though they're legal or have been approved by county planning or anything. Furthermore, regarding the planning department, they did submit last January the Connect the Coast Side Comprehensive Traffic Management Plan. And that addresses a lot of the Highway 1 issues through Moss Beach. But one of them that we've brought up constantly since I've been in Moss Beach is that in Montera, Highway 1 has a center lane where you can turn and come in and leave from safely into the center lane because there aren't any acceleration lanes. They are taken up by the left turn or right turn lanes off of Highway 1. So there isn't a really easy way to get on and off the highway. And I listened to the other applicant that had paved a little spot in front of his house at 9500 Cabrillo Highway because it is hard to get in and out. I have to come and go out of Cypress all the time. And just as there's an opening in the traffic, here comes somebody turning left into Cypress. There's no acceleration lane to go north out of Cypress. Same with the gas station. So I do think that you have to maybe delay decision completely and look at the comprehensive traffic management plan. I believe they're planning an update on that, but doesn't sound like you guys looked into any of that. And the fire department needs to come back and do another site visit when the chowder truck is there and decide whether or not they could still come and go out of the Vermont exit, which you guys didn't have on any of your plans either. And there are 2 driveways on Vermont. So maybe what needs to happen is the owner's RV that's constantly parked in the back could be moved. They could put more parking there. They could park the chowder truck further down if they're going to still allow him to come and serve meals on the weekends and have a pop-up restaurant on their property. But I do think that that was completely neglected in looking at the plan. So maybe you should delay it. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have
Thank
our
you.
next person, please?
Yes, I will now call on JQ. Please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yes, thank you. I heard the comments that the fire folks said, and they made a lot of sense to me that they want to maintain that north and southbound egress from Highway 1. So I think it behooves us, or behooves you to consider that very strongly, that we should do that, should maintain that access in both of those points. But it still doesn't address the issue of cars safely entering and exiting the gas station onto Highway 1. I'm wondering if you can deal with that with perhaps some signs and pavement markers, whereby you could restrict southbound, or the exit from the gas station to southbound only, with a right turn sign, for example, and put in lane markers so cars coming off the highway don't head on into cars coming out of the gas station. You could also put in lane markers next to Vermont Avenue, for example, informing people if they want to go north on Highway 1 that they should use that exit instead. And you could put up signs by the pumps and so forth to remind people to do that. Would that make sense as something that you could do to just improve safety without taking away that access?
Oh, shit, I know. Any more comments?
Oh, okay.
No, that was my question. Is that something you could look at in terms of signs and pavement markers?
Okay.
To restrict access and to inform people to use Vermont Avenue to go north on Highway 1.
What we usually do is have the speakers speak to us. We collect the questions and then we have staff answer for us. So thank you. If you got any more questions or observations or?
No, that was the main one. I just like to hear the commissioner's view of using lane markers and signs to direct people to use Vermont Avenue for northbound access on the Highway 1, and to not go to try to use exits right out of the gas station to go north.
Okay. So thank you. And we'll proceed on then to our next.
Chairman Hanson, we do not have any more hands raised.
We have no more. Then we'll we'll take a motion to close the public portion.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Gupta,
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
You're mute.
Yeah, sorry. Aye.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Aye.
Chairman Hansen.
Aye.
Thank you.
So we have questions out there, and
I'd be happy
just
to
answer.
address them, Chair. I saw Commissioner Ketchum raising her hand, so I'll leave it up to you whether you want me to answer questions or have her speak.
First, I want you staff to answer the questions, and then we'll go to Commissioner Ketchum next.
Okay, very good. First, with the respect to the comments made by, I believe Carlisle is her name, the recommendations of Connect the Coastside certainly have figured into our analysis here. And I think based on prior discussions and what's contained in the staff report, you see that, we are as staff strongly in favor of controlling the number of driveways going onto Highway 1 and maximizing pedestrian and bicyclist safety here. So we have done our best to try and provide the maximum planters, but in a manner that is respectful of the fire department's need to respond to emergencies. With regard to the chowder truck, we do not regulate food trucks. They're considered just a temporary use. It's not a development that we regulate. And if the presence of the fire truck creates a fire safety hazard, then that would be something I would expect fire would be ready and able to address. But based on their feedback to date, I don't see that being an issue. If it is, they can require that food truck be moved. And then finally, with regard to the use of signs or striping to control movements, I don't have any objections to that. I think that part of the problem is it's difficult to enforce them or to, ensure that drivers obey them. Certainly, that would be outside of our kind of enforcement authority. But the idea of putting up, let's say, signs at the northern driveway onto Highway 1 that says exit only, and then southbound right turn only, I don't have objection to. I don't feel like I am the circulation expert to render opinion on, exactly what sign should be installed, what stripe or arrowing should go where. But the use of that tool, I don't have an objection to. And it's something that if the commission was inclined to require the implementation of turning restrictions, that I would like to take the time to speak to some circulation experts to determine if we are going to say exit only or right turn only, where that should be. So that's my best effort to answer the questions, Chair Hansen. I hope I didn't miss any.
Thank you. Go to Commissioner Ketchum.
Oh, I wanted to show you the picture of the truck. This is what Carlisle sent. So I just wanted to note that it's not parked on the shoulder, it's parked in one of the parking spaces where we propose to have landscaping. And I'm not opposed to chowder or any of that, but I just wanted to point out, I just wanted to show you what she was talking about and to explain that that's in the parking space. Are we going on? Is this our discussion time now, or should I stop?
Keep going.
Keep going?
Keep going.
Oh,
yes.
Okay, so it looks like we're not going to get rid of the northern access. So plan B, I would say I want to, since fire said just 3 feet around the pump is okay for that area where the Chowdermobile is parked, and we can go ahead and landscape that area, it would greatly help the aesthetics. I would like to keep that or restore that, whatever. And then for the safety of this wide open, no man's land access free-for-all, my first thought, well, of course, you've already got the pavement markings in the highway, which, when you have 2 sets of double yellow lines more than 3 feet apart, that's supposed to be a barrier. That's actually illegal to cross, and people ignore it routinely. So I don't know. So work with that in mind. One thing that I thought was at the highway entrances or exits, put a sign at each side of that opening that says right turn only. That should cover it. And you see that quite often at streets where, you're not supposed to turn left. So just say right turn only. And you might hope that people would obey that. That would help somewhat. I don't see any way to put any signs out in the highway to prevent people from the opposite wild move of going across all those center lanes into the gas station. I don't think you can create signage for that. But anyway, the right turn only would help for something maybe. And also another thought would be, this would of course involve Caltrans, to put flexible stakes at the double yellow lines in the center of the highway. That might get people to pay attention to what is already an illegal move. And I don't know how you get Caltrans to do that, but it was accomplished very quickly at the Medio Bridge detour down in Miramar. And then the third point would be that I would ask for is across these highway access openings to have crosswalks painted there to help out pedestrians. So that's it from me. Thank you.
Anybody else have comments? Commissioner
No,
Gupta?
no, I will just, my comment will be that I support what Mrs. Ketchum is saying. And as previously stated, that maybe the signage on that northern entrance for maybe just a right turn only, and perhaps right behind that a do not enter sign on the same post. Do not enter on the highway side and right turn only onto the highway. That's what I would support for my support for Ms. Ketchum along those lines.
Okay. Commissioner Gupta.
I think Commissioner Ketchum as well as Commissioner Ramirez took the words out of my mouth. It sounds good to me. It does appear that we need to keep the northern access open as our fire marshal requires. So we keep that and have those signs either say, first of all, right turn only, and the other one is do not enter, or whatever. They are the experts, so they can put that in. So I'm good with that. And I think we have waited a long time since this project had come to us. It was many, many months ago. And at that time itself, Commissioner Ketchum was concerned that we are taking so long to wrap this up. And I would like to go ahead with it. Thank you.
Commissioner Santa Cruz.
Okay, I have no comment, just to be very happy that we followed the subject matter expert as, you know, recommending what they are recommending, and I'm good for that. Thank you.
I personally think the recommendations from Commissioner Ketchum are excellent. Safety is one of our charges. We don't have to wait it to be bad to do something. We need to be in front of it before it happens. I think everything that Lisa has brought forth minimizes the risk. I believe a catastrophic car accident is more likely than a catastrophic fire. This is not to diminish a fire there. The propane tank went off, you'd lose a good portion of that neighborhood. This is very serious when you have propane on a silent with a scale as they do. So I think the most the highest request going forward is still the accidents, and even if we leave the driveway open, we have to do something. So I will support everything that Commissioner Ketchum has put forth. So seeing we have agreement for this, do we have, Lisa? I see a comment from Steve.
Thank you, Chair. I just, before any motion was made, I just wanted to get some clarification and also make a comment. So it sounds to me like there is a majority in support of extending planter A to the north. And so my question on that is it the desire of the commission that that extension to the north be limited to a 4-foot strip as requested by the applicant, or shall that planter extended to the north be the same width as the existing planter, which would take out those 2 spaces? So that's a question. My comment is with regard to the suggestion made by Commissioner Ramirez about having a do not enter sign on the back of the right turn only. And my concern about that suggestion is cars are traveling pretty fast down Highway 1. And if you were going south and needed gas and you started going in and then you saw a sign, uh-oh, I can't go in that way, you could hit the brakes pretty quick and the person behind you might be like, why did that person stop, right? So I'm be concerned about creating confusion. My recommendation would be that the sign be facing folks exiting the gas station and be limited to right turn only. So that's my suggestion on that. So
Lisa?
Yeah, actually, I was gonna say the same thing about no entrance, because if you're going along a highway and you make a right turn into the gas station, that's not a hazard. That's fine. It's the people swinging across from the other side that were northbound. So just have, yeah, leave out the no entrance sign on the exit. And so what we've got, and also to Steve's question about the planter at the extending it to the north, what I'm really pushing for is to eliminate the 2 parking spaces and make that a nice, a full planter, leaving the 3 feet around the fire hydrant. Is that clear? The recommendation that we had in the staff report is what I'm going for, the full planter. And right turn only signs at both sides of the northern access point. I don't know if we want them on this. I guess they ought to be on the southern one too. I don't know. Anyway, and then flexible stakes at the double yellow lines on the highway and the crosswalks. So yeah, that's what is that what we settled on?
Yes, and as staff has no objection to the requirement of painting, demarking the crosswalks with paint, as long as it's on private property, as I believe it will be. Where I have concerns is requiring Caltrans to do something, or requiring the applicant to do something in Caltrans right of way, because that is just kind of out of our control. And while I appreciate those comments, I think we need to work outside of this project to accomplish that objective in terms of improvements to Highway 1.
So this would be to work with Caltrans for flexible stakes, but you're saying even that should not be in the condition of approval?
Well, I mean, that becomes a condition that's somewhat vague. Work with Caltrans. I mean,
well, yeah, for the applicant to do it right, it's not going to happen. But I mean, so with the county, how can?
Well, I mean, and then we don't typically condition a project on private property to make the county do something.
All right. So this was just something that I asked for, and we can leave it at that. It's not part of the motion. Okay.
So in the interest of trying to clarify what I believe the commission is looking for in terms of a condition or a motion, it would be to essentially, I'm trying to think of it in relationship to the conditions and the way the recommendation currently reads, right? So as the conditions are currently written, they require planter A to be extended to the north already. And we'll make it clear that that should be of equivalent width to the existing planter. What we'll do is we will remove conditions that require any change to the dimensions of the driveways beyond what is Olivia showed on her screen. So the driveway widths will essentially remain the same. And then the additional conditions will be to paint the crosswalk at both north and south driveways, and to install right turn only signs on both driveways at both the north and south points of the driveway. So actually 4 signs, right turn only, on both sides of the true driveways. Does that reflect the desire of the commissioners?
Yep. Yep.
Yes.
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 Okay. Melissa, do you have any guidance on how to structure a motion that kind of captures all of that without having to restate it?
I would be comfortable with a motion to approve as Director Monowitz stated the conditions. If everyone's in agreement, I think there was a general consensus. I see heads nodding, and I assume Olivia probably has it jotted down. So I think it's a bit long to restate.
So a motion to, for approval with conditions as amended in accordance with the statements of the director.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I second.
Or you need to make that motion, Commissioner.
Okay, well, let's.
All right, I could go ahead and make a motion on this.
Okay, you can go ahead and
May I? Uh-oh. We
ahead.
froze, I think. Okay, so I will move that the Planning Commission approve the coastal development permit as per county file number PLN 2017-0019 by making the required findings and adopting the conditions of approval listed in attachment A, and with the amendment as per the Planning Commission. No, I'm sorry, the director's comments to be added to the condition, right?
Okay, I second.
Okay, let's have roll call, please.
Commissioner Gupta,
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Aye.
Chairman Hansen,
Aye.
motion passes.
So congratulations. And before we move on to our last item, I'm going to suggest a 10-minute break. Unless there's an objection, we'll come back at 5 minutes after the hour.
Very good.
Thank you. See you.
See you in 10 minutes.
Aye.
3 up to Truckee, leave 3 here.
Ramel, are you on the call? Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am, I am here.
Just checking. Whenever you're ready, Chairman.
Sure. I'll give it more a minute here to wait for Commissioner Ramirez. And while we're waiting for him, I'll just outline the procedures of how we proceed. We're opening up our meetings and discussions first with a presentation from staff, of which was followed by questions from the commission. Then we give the applicant an opportunity to respond to the presentation by staff and any presentation they wish to make before the commission, and which time we take the opportunity also to follow up with questions with them. At that point, we open it up for the public for comments. We let all the comments come in and collect any questions or observations, and we'll address them at the end. We'll close that period and we'll come back to the, excuse me, the commission, of which we'll discuss the information in front of us and hopefully come to a decision. So thank you for coming with us and staying with us. We're ready. Looks like we're ready for our fourth item on the agenda, and I'll have Janet read that in.
Thank you. Item number 4, owner, Point Pillar Project Developers, applicant, Ron Stefanik, file number PLN 2017-00320, location, Capistrano Road in Princeton. And our project planner is Ramel Panglao.
Thank you, Janet. I just wanted to confirm that everyone can see my screen properly.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair, fellow commissioners. This is staff's presentation on item number 4, which is the consideration of the adoption of an initial study and mitigated negative declaration and a coastal development permit, use permit, design review permit, mobile home park permit, and grading permit for the construction of a new 47-space RV park with 8 tent camping spaces, plus a 1,065 square foot shower and laundry building located on a legal 3.3 acre parcel. The project involves 4,500 cubic yards of cut and 4,575 cubic yards of fill. No trees are proposed for removal. The project was continued from the Planning Commission meeting of December 11, 2019. The project is appealable to the California Coastal Commission. Okay, Commissioner, so it's been about a year since you've seen this project. So just to reorient you a little bit, you have the project site located in the middle there, highlighted in yellow. To the south, you have the Oceano development. To the east, you have the Pillar Point Harbor parking lot. And to the north, you have the unincorporated community of El Granada. Here you have a bird's eye view of the site looking from the corner of Capistrano and Highway 1. Next, you have a few site photos. The first one is near the corner of Capistrano and Highway 1, just a little further up Highway 1. And the second comes from one of the bottom corners of the site along Capistrano. Here we have the site plan for the project. The perspectives. So the first image is on the corner of Capistrano and Highway 1. The second is a little further up Highway 1, and the third is even further up Highway 1 towards one of the other corners of the site. Here we have the roof plan and the floor plan for the laundry shower facility. We have the elevations for the laundry shower facility. We have the plans and elevations for the trash enclosure, for the roofed trash enclosure, excuse me. The proposed signage on the existing tower sign, and this is unchanged from the previous proposal. And the proposed signage for the existing monument sign, which is also unchanged from the previous proposal. So what's changed since last year? The proposed significant changes include a net reduction in spaces. So now we have 47 RV spaces where the last design had 50 RV spaces, so that's -3. And we have 8 tent spaces now, whereas we had 7 tent spaces previously, so that's +1. Next, we have the proposed clear view easement, and I'll go over the details and elements of that in the next couple slides, as well as the accessible path along the Cabrillo Highway site. So first, the proposed 5-foot height clear view easement. I want to note that this came from sheet A1C, which was in the architectural set, in the plan set. This particular sheet was also provided for you as an attachment in your staff report to clearly delineate the area of this easement. After speaking with the applicant and staff and taking a look at the site conditions and how they are planning to lower the grade, 5 feet appeared to be the optimal width. This would allow for things that need to be in this area. You could think of things as simple as trash receptacles, but also you're thinking for these tent spaces, a car can park beside each of these spaces, so you'd have to accommodate for the height of a car. The same thing with the height of a tent, and tents come in various sizes. And so that's how the conclusion came to be for 5 feet. Next, the shower and laundry building has been relocated compared to the initial design. So on the left, you see where it was previously. You have a general red block there of the easement, proposed easement area, and where the shower and laundry facility used to encroach upon that. And now on the right, you see the new design, and you see that blue block there. They've moved it well out of the easement area. Next, here we have changes to the landscape plan and also to the orientation of the tent spaces. So the applicant has proposed predominantly low-growing landscaping within this easement area and a predominantly native and non-invasive plant palette. In addition, for the tent spaces that are, I suppose, more towards the corner of Capistrano and Highway 1, they've set them back a bit, and that further reduces obstructions within that easement area or that view corridor. So now for the roof trash enclosures, there are 2 proposed on site, both of which you see these purple rectangles. One is clearly outside of the easement area and one is inside the easement area. Staff recommends that the one currently proposed within the easement area be relocated on the site or removed entirely. The condition for the proposed clear view easement reflects staff's recommendation to do that. Now for the accessible path. So an accessible path, which you see in orange, was added to connect the laundry and shower building that you see on the left to the accessible tent spaces you see on the right. Now, just to preface this, accessible paths, it must take the most practical and direct route possible, and this is due to ADA regulations and building code. And the applicant can get into this further if you have any follow-up questions. Staff work with the applicant on different orientations of this path. Initially, they came with a design that had this path weaving through the drip lines of those mature cypress trees that you see along Cabrillo. And after the county arborist and staff took a look, there was concern that cutting through the drip lines for that path would negatively impact those trees, may potentially cause them to fail. And if they were to fail, they would fail likely onto Cabrillo Highway, according to the county arborist. And so the applicant came back with this design where they took the path out of the drip line. In addition, to further reduce impacts on these trees, they're proposing a crushed aggregate pathway. This would allow for less cuts overall. They originally were proposing a concrete pathway, which would have required further cut into the roots and would have been more damaging. And so the crushed aggregate pathway would be more permissive and also allow for any expansion of the roots over time. Also, as conditioned, the project arborist would be available on the site for any potential root cutting necessary and would be performing that root cutting. So in terms of project compliance with the various applicable regulations, the project complies. In terms of environmental review, there was an initial study and negative declaration associated with this project, which was circulated for 30 days between September 18, 2019 and October 18, 2019. And so this was prior to the first time the project was brought before the commission. Revision and recirculation of the neg deck was not required, as the analyzed impacts were actually reduced with this new proposal. So one of the things we wanted to make a revision on is one of the use permit findings. This is finding number 9. As part of this finding, there was a line that talked about similar uses within the area, and Commissioner Ketchum brought it up that RVs no longer can park at the Pillar Point Harbor parking lot. And so we would like to propose this revision to this finding, just to acknowledge that. Therefore, staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission adopt the initial study and mitigated negative declaration and approve the coastal development permit, use permit, design review permit, mobile home park permit, and grading permit by making the required findings and adopting the conditions of approval identified in the staff report. That concludes staff's presentation. We're available for any questions. The applicant is also available to speak, and I believe the project arborist may also be available if you have any tree-related questions.
Thank you. Excuse me. I'll open this up for questions, starting off with Commissioner Ketchum.
Sure.
Thank you. And thank you for the very clear presentation. And I appreciate the applicants, the fence design and location, the native plant palette, and informal arrangement. However, the planting areas at the end of the 2 interior RV rows are in the view easement. So adequate RV screening cannot be accomplished there. More RV spaces would need to be removed. The ends of these 2 rows are the only opportunity for screening of RVs from the Capistrano Road and northbound Highway 1. If you could put up the slide that shows the easement area, it was one of the first few in your presentation.
Sure. Absolutely. One moment. Sure.
That one, thank you. So those, when I say interior rows, I hope you understand what I mean. And then as to the restroom, the new location, it should be closer to the tent users. And I just wanted to point out that the building itself could be used to screen the RVs if it was located facing the edge of the view easement at the end of the interior row of RVs closest to the highway. Yeah, there. And then the landscaping in front of the building could be in the view easement and be under 5 feet. So it would then, that location would eliminate the impact on the cypress trees from the path and the location of the restroom. And it would be useful, like I say, it's tall enough to screen the RVs at that row. It would take up 3 RV spaces at the new location, but 2 spaces would be regained from where it's moved from. And I wanted to, if I could share my screen to just talk a bit about signage. So hold on a sec. Okay, so the project rendering, that's the top image of the Harbor Gateway, shows the scale of the existing tower sign at the highway corner compared with its surroundings. There is a design theme for the Oceano Hotel in Harbor Village, as you can see in the smaller sign, the monument sign that's at the rear entrance to Harbor Village parking lot. It's 6 feet high and 9 feet wide. The Harbor Village tenant businesses are listed on this other monument sign that's at the main entrance to Harbor Village. And then the large tower sign as you can see, it duplicates some of those, plus it advertises unrelated offsite businesses in Princeton. In contrast, Pillar Point Harbor, across the street, the tenant businesses are only posted at the harbor entrance on Capistrano. They're not on the designated scenic highway. And then I have here an image of an ad hoc signage, which pops up. These pop up now and then on Capistrano Road. It was put up by the tenants of Harbor Village, and it advertises simply shopping, dining, and free parking. So I just wanted to share those with you because in our discussion and questions, it's something that people might be interested in. Then I did have a question on grading. And this is probably futile, but whatever. Given that this site is classified Class A, ag soil, I don't understand why the grading plan calls for off-hauling an average 6-inch stripping depth, plus an additional cut to reach paving subgrade, and then hauling in 500 cubic yards of soil for the planter island. So I had requested a condition that topsoil, this was last year, that topsoil be carefully stored and treated as an important resource. Has something happened to degrade this soil on the site that I'm unaware of, or is the topsoil sold for use elsewhere? I just don't understand this about the grading. And I'm not optimistic that there'll be an answer here today, but I just had to get that off my chest. And at the moment, I think that's all I have.
Chair Hansen, if you'd like staff to respond, I'll start, and Rumel, you can jump in. My guess is that that's just a standard site preparation practice for an RV park. You need to make sure that the soil's been compacted appropriately and level and all that stuff. So I think with regard to soil as a resource, your point is well taken, and it just may have been an oversight on behalf of staff that we didn't include such a condition. So I'm certainly open to the idea, unless Rumel, you have some information to the contrary.
I think for the most part, I echo that, Steve. I know I was told that in the past, this site had been used for overflow parking and seasonal pumpkin sales and so forth. And so the soil in the area itself is considered disturbed, but I don't believe we would have any opposition to preserving the topsoil, once the topsoil is stripped, preserving it and using it somewhere else or in some other fashion. I don't think that would be an issue, so long as it's viable topsoil.
Well, that's what I was going to suggest. And I think, not only is it a resource, but avoiding trucking it off would minimize emissions. So if it can be reused, I think that should be left to the judgment of the landscape professional who will be installing the materials to make sure it is truly suitable. But we can have further discussion on such a condition as we get further into the hearing. So hopefully that at least starts to answer your question, Commissioner Ketchum.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Santa Cruz, you have any questions?
No question at this time.
Okay, Commissioner Gupta.
Oh, okay. I'm not muted. Okay. No, I think, again, Commissioner Ketchum already answered or kind of addressed some of the things I was thinking about. So that's great. For staff or Rumel, I don't know whether this is more for the applicant, if applicant is here. Were there any kind of what they call occupancy study or I think it's referred to in one of the correspondence as trips per day kind of study? Was it done for this project?
Yes, Commissioner Gupta, I believe you're referring to the traffic impact analysis, where they would analyze how many trips per day, depending on if it's peak hours or not peak hours, weekdays or weekends, and so forth. Such a study was completed by the applicant, and in addition, staff had it peer reviewed by another company just to ensure its validity. And so, yes, such a study was conducted.
Okay. And so what do we go by when we discuss this as to how many RVs are going back and forth or occupying our highway type of thing? Is there some, like, is it trips per day type of thing? Average trips per day type? Is that what is used?
So it's a few different metrics. I don't believe we have the traffic consultant available today. However, if we look at it in terms of the LCP policies, the local coastal program, they'll measure it, I suppose the traffic impacts by intersection, and they all need to operate within a certain level of service. So you have like level of service A, B, C, D, and so forth. The project, when reviewed by the peer reviewer, it was determined that this project would still, basically the impacts to those intersections would not make it that the level of service at those intersections would be unacceptable. They are still within allowable thresholds. The other aspect we look at in terms of traffic is the SEPA review, so the initial study mitigated negative declaration. And so there is some guidance from the state on what is considered a significant impact in terms of number of daily trips. Their threshold is 110 trips. If a project has less than 110 trips, generally it's considered as having a not significant impact. And this project does not meet that threshold of having 110 daily trips.
I see. Okay. So like, is this kind of study done to see if there's any improvements needed to the infrastructure to support a project like this? Is that the reason behind it?
Well, so the reason behind, well, actually, the report includes many different facets of, I suppose, of a traffic analysis that they could make suggestions on what does need to be improved. However, for this project, it was considered that it's still, as is, things would still operate at an acceptable level with this project in place. And actually, they even analyze other projects that may be in the pipeline in the future that may not even be approved, but just that may hypothetically be coming down the pipeline and the impacts, including those new developments. And it was shown that this project would not create such an increase that it would be unacceptable in terms of traffic levels.
Okay. So, so with keeping this pandemic in mind, has anything changed to your knowledge? Yeah.
Commissioner Gupta, do you mean with respect to traffic or just in general?
Just traffic in general, the usage of this RV lot.
Sure. So the traffic analysis, there was no update for the traffic analysis during these certain times, during these COVID times. I don't know exactly what the numbers would look like currently, considering the pandemic.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for addressing these for me.
No problem.
No more questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramirez.
Yeah, just quickly, I know we have correspondence in regards to this item. At some point, I don't know if it's now or later, will those be addressed?
Commissioner Ramirez, if you have any specific questions or points from those correspondence, we'd be happy to answer them for you. I know there was one regarding bacteria levels in the harbor, another one regarding, I believe, the relocation of the shower and laundry facility and some additional landscaping. I know some comments like that showed up, so if you'd like, we can address those for you.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you just
sure.
Maybe address it? But I don't know if you want to do it now or during the deliberation, but at some point, I think we need to address it.
Sure. We can address them now if you'd like. Sure. So I know we received one piece of correspondence regarding bacteria levels in the water in the harbor. Someone was concerned about how right now it appears people can actually get into the water and play safely, and there was concern that with this RV park, there would be additional bacteria in the water. I spoke with one of our members of senior staff who was very familiar with the Princeton area and also familiar with this issue. And she noted to me that the San Mateo County RCD does some annual studies, annual flush. And so they do analyze the number of pollutants and bacteria and so forth in the water. She said that I know this correspondence alludes to some sort of dumping of the RVs that used to be parked at the Pillar Point parking lot. That would not occur with this lot only because one, they are connected to, they have sewer services, number one, and two, they have the sewer hookups for all the RVs. And so they will be able to dispose of that waste appropriately. Also, just in terms of trash, they have a waste management plan and they'll have regular trash service pickup. And so that will not be an issue either. But a lot of their suggestion that at Pillar Point Harbor, because of how the RVs were there in the past without the proper facilities, there may have been some illegal dumping. And so that would cause that increased amount of bacteria in the water. There were some, she told me that there were some studies done that apparently from the RVs on airport, apparently those might have been causing some bacteria in the water, particularly with fecal contamination. But that isn't directly near the site, and they wouldn't have the same issues, like I said, because they have the sewer hookups. Next, I believe we had an email regarding
the adequacy of the biological report also came up.
Yes, and so we did receive an email this morning regarding the biological report and concerns about California red-legged frog and California garter snake. So within the initial study mitigating negative declaration, we have mitigation measures to prevent impacts to such species. One, you have a mitigation measure that limits ground disturbing construction related activities outside only during the dry season to protect such species. There's another mitigation measure that requires environmental training for the construction crews and staff that's supposed to be conducted by a qualified biologist. And so after that, basically what they'll be told, these are the species you're looking for, this is how you handle them if you encounter them, and so forth. And so they're actually, the biologist or the applicant is actually supposed to verify with staff once that training is complete. The other thing too is if they do encounter any of these species during construction, especially after, well, they're supposed to contact a biologist, but even after it rains, if after it rains in the dry season, a biologist would also survey the site to take a look and make sure everything's okay to continue. The biological report states that because the area around is developed, you have that agricultural land as well, and only has disturbed habitats, it would be a suitable habitat for these species. No jurisdictional wetlands, water features, or riparian corridors were observed in the project area, according to the report as well. But it was noted that they could use it for dispersal. These species could use the project site for dispersal. But overall, they state that the potential for these species to occur is low. Now, the Coastal Commission staff also reviewed these materials and came to a very similar conclusion. They just noted that the swale area along Cabrillo on that north edge should not be altered in a way to affect its character. And so the applicant has taken care not to do that. Particularly, we ran into that when that accessible pathway was proposed. We told the applicant, you got to stay away from that drainage area. And so they responded to that. And so that would be the response to that, the staff's response to that.
Okay. All right, no additional questions at this moment.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions at this moment either, so we'll go to the applicant.
Hello, this is Ronald Stefanik, and I am again here to answer questions. I also want to mention that we have our arborist available. And he just asked, he's not as computer savvy as much, so when you ask for his comments, if somebody could unmute his microphone.
Thank you.
Okay. And the only other request I'll have, in case I don't have another chance, is that before you take a vote, similar to the last meeting, I would like to comment on what any further conditions are put on the project, so I can comment on those further conditions that I'm not aware of before you take a vote.
We'll give you that opportunity.
Thank you.
I'll start with the questions with Commissioner Ketchum again.
You're back to me again already?
Yeah.
Oh, no, nothing now. Thank you.
Okay. Set Commissioner Santa Cruz.
I don't know if Mr. Stephanopoulos was the right person to talk to about the dumping of the garbage, sewage in the harbor. Is this something that that you are aware of in the whole system, or is it this issue happened while you were the owner of the property?
Okay, I believe you're referring to me. So let me just preface my comments with that. I've been an avid RVer for over 40 years, and I'm semi-retired, and I travel on an average of 3 months a year, and always available via phone in case something on these meetings or projects come up. However, with that said, is that like Romel mentioned, is that all RV parks have a way to dispose of, I would say 99% of RV parks have a way to dispose of sewage disposal. Most RV parks, like ours, has sewage disposal. When you park your RV, you hook your sewer up to the sewer connection, and it's just as if you're home flushing a toilet. It goes directly into the sewer system. Alternatively, if you're, let's say I go to a lot of national parks and state parks. Most state parks have the ability to do that. A lot don't. So what most state parks do have is they have a sewer dump facility that you drive up to and dump your sewage. If they do not, like some of our local parks, like Guitano and possibly Memorial Park, is what you do, you can't dump at those parks, but your pass for that park is good for the entire day. So what I do personally is I go to the state beach on Kelly Avenue. I get in using that same pass and I dump there. So rarely, personally, I've never seen someone dump illegally because they have all these resources to dump. And I also know that we're not into the issue of trash yet, but everybody that I've encountered is very tidy about because this is their environment and they want to keep it clean, and most RVers do so.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Stephanopoulos.
Commissioner Gupta, any questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hansen. I have these questions more for my understanding. One of them is, are there plans to provide solar panels for the power that you provide to the RVs? Another one is Wi-Fi connectivity. So these two, plus I have more, but these are along the same lines. So would you please?
Do you want me to comment, Romel, or do you want to? Okay, let me start. This is Ron Stefan. And so yes, we do have solar panels, and they're located on our bathroom building. As far as Wi-Fi, yes, we will provide Wi-Fi. So what we have is we have a podium, a utility podium at each RV site. And what that podium has on the podium is the electrical hookup. It has a television hookup, and it's also going to have capability for Wi-Fi. Then on the ground, and also water. Then on the ground is the sewer hookup. So we are providing all of those.
Okay. Let's see, what else do I have here? Okay. Some other more logistics, or I don't know whether it's exactly logistics, but how big are each of the RV parking spaces, and how big are the RVs? I am not aware of the sizes, so.
Yeah, so let me just explain. So we have 47 total sites, and 19 of those sites are 40 feet long, 24 of those sites are 30 feet long, 3 sites are 26 feet long, and one last site is 33 feet long. So RVs typically range in different sizes, and I have those sizes right here. So just hang on just for 1 second. So there's 3 types of RVs. There's an A, B, and a C. So let me just go from memory. So an A goes anywhere from, by the way, an A is where there's no engine compartment in front, a hood in front. It's just a flat panel in front. So that's an A. And those sizes go anywhere from 33 feet to 45 feet. Not many go to 45. It's common to go to 33 to 40 feet. The next size is a Class C, and a Class C will go anywhere from, I would say, 30 feet to 36 feet at the most. Now they call the other one is a B or a B plus. Now B is really a van, and a van is anywhere from 20 feet up to 22 feet. Oh, and the heights of them might vary between 8 and 10 feet, and the widths vary between 8 and 10 feet.
Okay. And there's enough, typically, do they just drive out of the space?
Oh, okay, let me explain. Typically, yes, because most are, I would say 99% of them do back in. And the reason why is that because the utility hookup on all RVs are always on the driver's side. So we have placed all of our electrical podiums accordingly on the left side. In order to access that, they can either pull through a space that's not occupied yet and access that, or they have to back in. And then when they leave the space, of course, they're pulling directly out.
And the paths between the 2 rows is wide enough for them to safely pull out.
Yes. So
and back up.
The pathway, yeah. So the drive path on the first 2 rows is 30 feet wide, and the pathway on the rear is 27 feet 6 inches wide, and that's a little bit narrower because we're cognizant of the cypress trees. We want to be as far away that is practical and still allow the RVs to either pass each other if possible and also depart the RV site. So what makes it a little bit easier for those particular RV sites, because the pathway also is those podiums are placed again on the left-hand side. The driver has to back in and he has to pull out. So there's no occurrence of a driver possibly backing into that handicap pathway. They're pulling out of the thing with inside of that pathway and exiting the park.
Okay. And if the RV has say a trailer or an automobile in tow, do they stay in the same lot, or do they have to use a parking space for that?
Typically, again, I'm just going to use a percentage. 90% of the time when you're a lot of people, especially those that are full-time RVers, they're going to tow a car. A lot of people do. So what they do is typically they'll pull in close to their space. They disconnect the car, and then they position their RV in the RV space. Our RV spaces are 20 feet wide. And again, a lot of cars are 6 to 7 feet wide. The RVs are 8 to 10 feet. So then they pull their car next to their RV after they position their own RV.
Okay. The next question was in my mind. I'm just trying to remember. Yeah. So are there, I think this has to do with your enforcement on 28 days of renting to
Yes.
one, right, to one RV. So do you have other RV parks in the neighborhood that you manage or own?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you enforce that if a RV renter or a renter who is parked there continues to stay on?
Okay, so that's typically an average RVer will stay anywhere from 2 to 4 days. That's average. But in order to enforce it on our current RV site, Pillar Point RV Park, and will be the same at this RV park, is that we employ 2 managers that live on the site in their own RV. So it's up to the managers and to enforce the 28-day rule. And they also inform the RVers when they check in that this is a requirement. If they have desire to stay longer, says, well, you can stay longer, but you have to leave after 28 days.
Okay.
That's how we're doing.
So you keep a log of,
No.
you keep a log of a renter, how long they stayed. And also I read somewhere that they cannot rent it for more than 90 days in 12-month period. Is that correct?
Commissioner Gupta, that is correct. And that stems from a policy of the local coastal program that allows no more than 29 consecutive days and no more than 90 days a year. The applicant has proposed to do no more than 28 days consecutive and 90 days per year. And so that's been memorialized into a condition that requires a deed restriction.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Stefanik, so you will have no objection to providing kind of an annual update on the occupancy? Do I believe the county? Yeah, to the county. Can you hear me?
Ron, are you available? Are you on mute or?
I'm sorry, somehow someone put me on mute. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we
Okay.
can. Did
So I
you
think
hear
you're
my
referring to-
question?
Are you referring to keeping a log of when people enter and exit and how many days they stay?
No. Well, you could call it enter and exit. What I meant is that rental log of the RVs that are on the lot.
Yes, we do it via a program on the computer.
Okay. So that can be provided to the county annually or in some other duration?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, excuse me. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, is that, could I just clarify that, Commissioner Grupa? Is that a legal requirement or is it something that you would like us to do?
That there's a concern from some of the correspondence that the enforcement, how do we track the enforcement or how do we do the enforcement?
Yes.
So yes, so we would like to see that.
Hang on a minute. What?
The DOT explains everything. We collect the tax that we pay.
Well, the other thing that's based on, I paused for a moment because Mr. Mayor Hanson. So he's also informed me that it's also kept track by the TOT, TURST.
Transient occupancy tax.
Yeah, trans occupancy tax, which we pay, and it's kept track for those purposes. We have to keep it tracked for that so we can pay our appropriate taxes. So, and we get audited. So to answer your question, I believe it is available.
Right, yeah, but we need to know which, like whether it's the same one who continued on or it's a different RV owner who rented the place. So we are talking about the 28-day enforcement.
I know. So if we keep our guests in the computer, we would have their name, so we would know, of course.
I
Yeah.
see. So it's by the name. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and TOT is also by the name, right?
TOT. Most likely.
Most likely, yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Commissioner Ketchum.
I thought of some questions. Thank you. This is for Mr. Stefanik, and I only speak to you on this because these are landscaping details, and I would hope they would need to go to the landscape architect, and I think it's too detailed for conditions of approval, but I have to bring this up. Mr. Stefanik, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
If
So,
you can hear me, yeah.
So there's in the plan currently, there's 5 tall screening Miraca californica shrubs at the highway, and they're in the Clearview easement. So they would need to be replaced with something low growing.
We would agree to that.
Okay. And then the Photinia shrub that is planned for screening, I think there's 9 of them on site. It's called out as a standard. In other words, it's trained up in a tree form. And I think that screening the ends of the rows and the RVs, that it's much better to have this grown as a shrub down to the ground, and or also a multi-trunk Arbutus marina, which I think was in a previous version. That would work if it's a multi-trunk, and other than a single trunk tree, because that provides a view of the bottom half of the RV. And then and then in general, allowing a natural branching down to the ground for the trees that are screening, it works better that way. And so those are just comments that are minor, and I would presume be no objection. And I could send those to you in an email for the architect. Would that be okay?
Absolutely. And also, as you know, Bruce Chan is you could talk to him personally or send me the information. I'll pass it on to Bruce.
Okay, I could send them to both of you. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Commissioner Ramirez, any questions?
None at the moment.
You kind of faded in and out. I presume that's we're ready to go to.
Oh, I'm sorry. No. Oh, yeah. I said none at the moment.
Okay. Thank you.
None.
And I don't have any at the moment. So we'll go to the public portion, and I'll turn it over to Janet.
Thank you very much. We're now opening public comment for item number 4. Angela, can you please call on our, it looks like we have 6 hands raised right now while I get my timer up.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Janice. We now have 9 hands raised. So I will first call on Richard Bolton, followed by Carlisle Ann Young. So Richard, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Right. All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my my comments. Sorry I missed the deadline to submit written comments, but I did submit written comments before in December 2019, so hopefully those are on the record. In my observation at the time a year ago, and I think mostly since too, there's really an outcry of negative comments here on the coast on social media, and I assume in your inboxes too. And so it just kind of, a lot of us are wondering, how did we get to this point in general where we seem to be only discussing details of the project, not really whether to do it or not. A couple of really 2 main comments or questions for you along those lines. I'm wondering how you would characterize the volume and content of public comments that you've received about this project in terms of their enthusiasm for the project. And assuming that you did not hear a groundswell of support for it, what kind of impact do public objections have at all on your decision-making process? And what kind of impact have they had? So that's a general question. More specifically, secondly, regarding negative declaration number 3, the project will not degrade the aesthetic quality of the area. I think those of us who live over here, I don't know how many of you do, if any, to those of us who do, I think that's the most mind-boggling of the findings. So can you comment on what is the rationale for that judgment? Who decided that, and how did they decide that the project will not degrade the aesthetic quality of the area? This is a picturesque entry to Pillar Point Harbor. It's really marred only by the previous unaesthetic project by the same developer, which is the Harbor Village Mall. The easiest way to screen views of RVs is not to have them there in the first place, or trash enclosures, or shower and laundry facility. And the easiest way to have a view corridor is to have the whole view be a view corridor, an actual view. And so those are my comments and questions. And thank you for listening to them.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will now call on Carlisle, followed by Tom Gallagher. Carlisle, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Hello, I've lived on the coast since 1988. And when I first moved here, heading south on Highway 1, you could get a very good view of the harbor from way back. And then I believe the owner of this proposed RV park took over management of the dirt parking lot where the Pillar Point, I don't know what the name of it is, but it's right at Surfers Beach, the other parking lot for RVs that is owned by the Harbor District and leased, I believe. They planted cypress trees and they paved that parking lot and they blocked that view. Then they built Harbor Village. You know, that is a big project. The Harbor Village parking lot has a locked gate at the rear entrance now. So since I live over in Seal Cove, I come in from that back parking lot to get to Cafe Capistrano to buy coffee. And you can't go that way anymore. You have to come around and go in apparently where they're going to have the RVs coming and going from. So I object. And I do have some questions. One of them is that I think if this owner is going to continue to manage the other RV lot, that they should cut down those big, tall, view blocking cypress trees and put in short landscaping trees to not block the other ocean view that's already been disappeared from our sites. As far as what Steve Monowitz said with the traffic and the LOS, I think that was Steve anyway, it could be someone else. I'm pretty sure the new requirements is no longer to measure traffic by level of service. So maybe they need to do a new traffic study with the new measurements. One of the other things I wanted to know is, since there's a 28 or 30-day limited stay, and if Mr. Nurheim is still going to be managing the other RV lot, what's to prevent somebody getting kicked out of one just to go over to the other and swap spots back and forth? Meanwhile, basically, you know, still staying in the same area and overstaying their time using up their parking privileges, if you will. I think they should be required to have a pump out station for sewage removal. And one of the biggest things that I'm kind of concerned about, I'm sure he wants this to be a very, you know, income producing RV park, but he just sold the Coastside Inn for $8 million down at Half Moon Bay to the county. And, you know, that was a huge windfall. They need some affordable parking spaces to be dedicated to some of the RV dwellers, because my understanding is the Planning Commission, I'm sorry, the county isn't going to allow homeless people who live in their cars or their RVs to park in the parking lot of the Coastside Inn. So they are parking on Airport Boulevard. They're parking anywhere on any public property where they can. And who knows what they're doing with their sewage. So I really feel like it would be nice if Mr. Nurhan would allow a few dedicated parking places in his lot, if it gets approved, to be for homeless people who need to come in, use the shower, use the laundry, and also pump out their sewage. Because right now, the way it stands, the county is not addressing unhoused individuals that are vehicle dwellers. And there was a 2019 study done that said that vehicle dwellers outnumber the tent encampments and the street parkers. Street tent people that just sleep out on the streets quite a bit in our county, and nothing's being done for them. So that would be my request if they're going to go ahead and approve it. But I have lived here long enough to see that they're just going to keep paving paradise and putting up more parking lots. I wish they wouldn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Mr. Tom Gallagher, please accept this request to mute your microphone and begin speaking.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, the power of Zoom. Thank you for listening to me. I'm calling in support of the project, and quite recently I've had the opportunity to listen to a lot of different planning meetings and board of supervisor meetings for a lot of things going on. I think a lot of us are taking advantage of these Zoom meetings, which I think have been beneficial and also gives us time to take a look at things. And I'm calling in complete support and wanted to point out some things that I hear this common denominator that's somewhat just, disappointing. And I'd like the commission to take heart to this statement. It's a continued not in my backyard thing. And, the coast the water belongs to everybody. This environment should be shared by everybody. For those of you that are on the call that live over here and are blessed to be able to live in that location, hey, good for you. It's a great blessing. But for those of us that are looking for some respite and some opportunity, this is one of the ways to do it. I think we saw for the past years with Martin's Beach being opened back up to people so that they could get to the water. And especially now with the days of COVID going on, people are scared to travel out and venture out. And these locations are going to be the future. It's going to be the norm where you can go in your RV or trailer and go to a location and set up a little base camp. And, if you're not fortunate enough to be a resident, then to take advantage of, places like the coastside. And I think that if it would have just been, like the harbor, which was across the way where people were just showing up and parking their RVs, and there was no policing of it and running generators and all these other things. Yeah, that's disappointing, and that hampers the environment for neighbors. But let's remember, these people that are coming in, and myself included, that are going to use that, RV park, we're also bringing in the tourist money, which was pointed out. The city and the entire coast counts on tourism. And greater yet, though, it's given opportunity for us to bring our kids out to the coast and enjoy the time. And I guess I'm just getting disappointed in hearing the almost negative comments from people who think that they basically own the environment or own the location and don't want to give opportunity for people to come and check it out. Maybe it's easier if we, if everybody just started parking on the streets at the ends of the roads off of Highway 1 and setting up camp there. I think that you'd be disappointed when people start doing that. So this is a great idea. That, I would think that the people in this community would be excited to see that, to share the opportunities for others. And yeah, that's the majority. It's just my comment to say that I think this is super positive for the community. This is super positive for people that are out on the road to come and take a look. It looks like a beautiful layout, and I, for one, am excited to use it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. So we have still 8 hands raised. I will now call on Lee, followed by Mickey Manry. Lee, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Hey, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Well, thanks for taking my comment. I appreciate it. Like I said, my name is Leo Laughlin, and I'm speaking on both my behalf of my wife and I. My wife's an essential worker, and she can't attend today. As parents of 3 young girls and frequent visitors to the San Mateo coast, we're in complete support of this project. We've actually stayed in the harbor parking lot across the street for week-long getaways. We both live very stressful lives, and supporting our community and having the opportunity to enjoy the coastside is so beneficial to our health. This location would be an amazing opportunity for our family to enjoy the beautiful coast in a peaceful and safer location. Again, we strongly urge you to support this project and allow people like my family to take advantage of the coast to relax, recharge, and spend some time with our family. And also like to just kind of reiterate what Tom Gallagher said about the COVID. And I can speak on my own personal behalf that, we used to take vacations, and sometimes we take our RV, sometimes we'd stay in a hotel. And now we don't want to stay in hotels anymore. We'd rather go in our RV, and this will give opportunities for people like me to take advantage of that. A lot of times the RV locations are full, and this will just give more opportunity for more people to come and stay and spend money on the coast. So those are my comments. I really appreciate you taking the time to hear me, and I hope you approve this project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mickey Manry, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah, my name is Mickey Manry. I've been RVing for 35, 40 years. And first of all, I'm in favor of this additional RV park. A lot of the RV parks in Half Moon Bay fill up fast. And so it's hard to get spots at times. And there are some other RV parks south of Highway 92 that also have a lot of full-timers staying in the RV parks, unlike Pillar Point, which has a 28-day limit. So with these full-time RV parks, that also limits the amount of spaces that are available for us to show up and hang out. As for the traffic impact, as mentioned by Mr. Stefanik, we typically, when we RV, unless we're going somewhere, far, far away, we just typically stay, anywhere from 3 to 5 days at an RV park. And there's not a lot of coming and going because our RV park our RV vehicle is parked there. It's hooked up with all the electricity, water, and sewer. And so you don't have a lot of RVs coming and going on a daily basis. RVers, again, I'm a little prejudiced, but RVers tend to be a mellow crowd. They don't overuse available resources like the sheriff's office or other first responders. My wife and I, we frequent Half Moon Bay a lot when we're RVing, and we do. I mean, my wife might cook a couple of nights out of the week, but she won't allow it every night. So we'll go out for lunch or breakfast or dinner a couple nights, and we also hit the shops and the stores. And so we, as mentioned, we also add to the economy. And just there was a mention about the whole sewage situation. I concur with Mr. Stefanik. We tend to hook up our RVs, we hook up the sewer line. We take care of the area because we're there for days on end, and we wouldn't want trash flying around, and we dump everything properly. And of course, the park is also offering dumpsters, et cetera. So there isn't a lot of debris flying around. So once again, I'm very much in favor of this RV park, and I want to thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manry. I will now call on Dave Titus, followed by JQ. Dave, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Members of the Planning Commission, my name is Dave Titus, and I'm a lifelong resident of San Mateo County. I'm also a retired San Mateo County employee, and I'm an avid RV camper. And prior to and since retiring from the county, my wife and I have had the opportunity to enjoy all the wonders that come with traveling in an RV. We visited 14 states so far, with many more on our list. We spend about 2 months of the year traveling. We actually tow a fifth wheel trailer. Frequently in our travels, we meet fellow campers and you start talking about who you are and where you're from. And when we talk about California, a lot of times folks ask about the coast and, is there any good RV parks in your area that you could tell us about? And, sadly, I have to inform about the lack of quality RV parks throughout San Mateo County. And specifically the coast side. There is a limited number of spaces. I was happy to hear about the size of RVs and trailers that would fit in this spot, because some of the parks are just only can take smaller trailers, maybe 30 feet or less, but this actually sounds like it would encompass most RVs out there. The San Mateo County coast is a beautiful place, like a couple of the other callers have said. And it should be there for everybody to enjoy, just not the folks who live out there. I think the location here proposed is ideal for RVers. Access is excellent with Highway 1, Highway 92, whether you're coming down, through the tunnel. It's easy for RVs to access the harbor. It looks like the entrance and exits wouldn't create any issues. Local businesses would benefit from the park. Like the previous gentleman just said, we cook about half the time when we're RVing, and the other half the time we go out and we like to try different restaurants and support the local businesses. Many families, they vacation only during specific time, but RV owners camp year round. And when you're looking for places to go when the weather turned cold, you're usually, the Oregon coast south, down towards San Diego. We tend to stay away from the mountains and snow. So this type of a situation or location would allow for that. Being centrally located between San Francisco and Santa Cruz would attract campers. It allows you to enjoy the benefits of both of those places while being centrally located in a spot on the coast. And not everybody wants to stay in hotels and motels. If we're going to be out for weeks at a time, we just pack our food, we pack our clothes, we pack our dog, and we're just able to stay somewhere, and we don't have to bounce from hotel to hotel. I think people have talked about the concerns of illegal dumping. Any RV park that has full hookups with sewer included, those issues are eliminated. From what I've seen about this project, it'll attract campers who love and respect the RV camping lifestyle. Again, most issues we've come across in all our travels are from full-time RV residents who have old beat-up RVs who kind of just end up kind of taking over parks and limiting the access to folks who want to stay there. I fully support the project. Its proposed location. I only live about 30 minutes away, but I wouldn't know I would use the facility for short getaways, especially during the down quiet times. Thank you for your time, and that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Titus. I will now call on JQ, followed by Jill Grant. JQ, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, this is JQ Oswine. I'm a member of a local organization called Midcoast Eco. And we submitted a letter, actually under our former name, Resist Density, a little over a year ago. And I noticed that that letter is not in the package, so I'm very disappointed with that. We had two main comments then. One was on the traffic issues, which I still don't believe are adequately addressed. And we felt very strongly at the time, and still do, that overarching traffic issues should be addressed by the comprehensive traffic management plan that we still don't have. And we think that we really need that to better inform what the impact of traffic actually would be by this development. Another concern we have, which is still there, is aesthetics, or the impact on the scenic ocean view. As we all know, this is a scenic corridor. Highway 1 is a scenic corridor. And even with these clear view easements that they've put in place, you're still going to see RVs and trailers and tents from both the north and south dominating the view on Highway 1, on the scenic corridor. And we think this significantly intrudes on the scenic natural qualities of the harbor and harms its appeal. So we think that that's still left as an overarching concern. Aside from that, at the time, we thought that there would be a lot more detail in a coastal development permit that would be submitted later, which I assume we currently have. But when I look at that, the current package is 184 pages. There's still a lot of information missing. And one of the concerns that we've had for a long time on the coast side is water and sewer capacity and reliability. And when we look at the package now, there are actually only two relevant references to sewer in the package. One is on page 31, item 108, which states that a sewer permit shall be required. A set of approved plans showing the on-site and off-site sewers with the application. And that's all it says. It's like a clause. It's not even a complete sentence. There are no plans that are included in the application. Also on page 130, under item 19C, it states the Granada Community Services District has indicated that they have adequate capacity to serve the project's sanitary sewerage demands. Therefore, the project poses no impact. However, there are no clear sewer plans or project wastewater estimates included in the application. So I'm wondering, what did Granada Community Services District even use to assess this project and its impact if they didn't have that data? If they did have that data, then why isn't there a letter or some other information in the package? Specifically, I have a lot of questions about projected wastewater demand at 100% occupancy. This is a fairly large development. Would that demand be expected to vary throughout the year? And if so, is there a seasonal impact? Will there be a sewer dump station for RVs that are just passing through? And I think I heard the applicant say that there would be. What impact would that have? If there are multiple simultaneous or near simultaneous RV dumps, what impact is that going to have on local sewers? Will this project require its own pump station or sewage storage facilities? And what's the added risk of sewage overflows by this project during high storm events? I think we really need to know the answers to these questions. If GCSD has already answered these questions, I think that information should be provided to the community. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will now call on Jill Grant, followed by Robert Schmidt. Jill, please accept this request to unmute your microphone. Jill, you have to accept the request to unmute your microphone.
We can give her a few minutes and come back to her.
Yeah, let's just do that. Let's come back to her.
Sounds good. So Robert Schmidt, please accept this request to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Robert Schmidt. I live 100 yards away from this project, one block west on Sevilla and Sonora. And I think this is a wonderful project. Look what a year has done. We're in a pandemic. Fires are everywhere. A lot of great points have been made, and I'm going to use my 4 minutes to talk about them. But I want to put something out there that you guys need to know now because of this year. We are critical infrastructure in this harbor. 50 added sewer hookups along with water and Wi-Fi could be available to emergency vehicles in the event of a fire in El Granada where the hills blow up. Our closest assembly area right now is Half Moon Bay, and that's where the CZU fire at the high school went. K&N Properties has built a area that's self-containing. We got a harbor, an airport. This RV park should have been okayed last year is what I think. Miss Ketchum, I appreciate your landscaping abilities. I truly do. You and I have pulled a lot of weeds off the bluff above the park over the years. There's not a natural bush or tree that can hide a tent or a RV. The time has come. We lost RV parking in the harbor because the harbor didn't want to put in infrastructure for sewer, Wi-Fi, laundry, and everything else. Here we have a chance to give 47 people for 29 days a chance to see our beautiful area. As far as the pollution, I want to address that. I walk every day and I've been retired for 20 years and I visit Mavericks every day. I've heard about the creeks polluting the harbor. I've heard about cow shit polluting the harbor. I heard about dog shit polluting the harbor. And I heard about the livings polluting the harbor. If you want to know what pollutes the harbor, a good source would be Ed Larimar, a commissioner on the Harbor Commission. They do plenty of studies and they still haven't boiled it down. In conclusion, I want to say lots of good points have been made. I live a block away. I'm not a NIMBY. People need to see and go. And this is the 5-star RV plant. It's been studied to death. Let's get it done. We got people suffering. I got 3 RVs parked between my house and the press every day, and they move. But RVs are an issue now. And this is the right place for 47 of them. And I know over the years, this project has been reduced and reduced and reduced. I think it's the right fit for the right area. And I think this is critical infrastructure. We got an airport, a harbor. You're adding 50 water, sewer, Wi-Fi hookups. If we have an emergency, I'm sure the property can be evacuated fast and emergency vehicles moved in. This only makes sense to me. Thank you for your time. And I'm 75, so I'm running out of time. So please approve this project. I'd like to see it. It's in my front yard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Jill Grant, we are going to try to unmute your microphone and allow you to speak.
Thank you, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much for your patience. This Zoom is a little difficult for me, but I'm getting better. So let me be clear. First of all, I am not against RV parks. I have parents who are snowbirds. They live in a almost 40-foot long RV and they travel from Washington State to Arizona, dependent on season. So I know how important RV parks are to the community. I know how important they are to retired people. However, I am here today to ask that the commission deny certification until the applicant submits a revised initial study and mitigated negative declaration that is complete, correct, and adequately represents the biological resources and potential impacts from construction of the Harbor Village Recreational Vehicle Park. I'm a working wildlife biologist. I conduct habitat assessments for a living. So I have clients just like your applicant, and I feel confident in saying that the section 4 of the initial study for this project is not complete, it's not correct, and it's not adequate. It's not complete because it does not include several CNDDB rarefying data occurrences for special status species near the project site, including occurrences for the federally threatened California red-legged frog and the federally and state endangered San Francisco garter snake, a fully protected species in California. Details of these suppressed CNDDB occurrences were sent to the Planning Commission, I think at about 2:30 a.m. this morning, along with a map. These missing occurrences are within 1 mile of the proposed project, including the detection of a juvenile California red-legged frog found in a recently mowed San Mateo County maintained drainage ditch adjacent Sonora Avenue, approximately 900 feet northeast of the proposed RV park. Section 4 of the initial study is also not adequate since standard habitat assessment procedures were not followed. These procedures are issued by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. It's a revised guidance on site assessments and field surveys for the California red-legged frog. It's from August 2005. The procedure begins by asking the surveyor to answer 3 simple questions to assess the likelihood of red-legged frogs using the project site. 1, is the site within the current or historic range? 2, are there known records of California red-legged frog at the site or within a 1 mile radius of the site? 3, what are the habitats within the project site and within 1 mile of the project boundary? These answers were not adequately answered in the initial study. There's no mention that the project is located within the historic and current range. There is no mention of the multiple CNDDB occurrences within 1 mile of the project site. There is no survey of habitat within 1 mile of the project, with the exception of the project and a 200-foot buffer. If they had surveyed up to the 1 mile, they would have included a discussion of existing deep pools of water with emergent vegetation in Denniston Creek and in the drainage canals along Sonora Avenue, which is optimal breeding habitat for California red-legged frog. There is also no mention of an important habitat feature existing on the project site. Hundreds of small mammal burrows in prime soils. This is potential refuge for frogs and snakes, and it's all within hopping or slithering distance from a drainage swale and culvert located on the northeast boundary of the project site. There's no mention of a mature riparian corridor dominated by willows and Himalayan blackberries within 300 feet. The initial study is not accurate. It incorrectly discusses potential wildlife use, stating developed agricultural and disturbed habitats do not provide suitable habitat. This is false. It also states that infrastructure and other man-made facilities present potential barriers. This is also false. Wildlife can safely access the property through any of the 3 culverts running directly under Highway 1 that link the riparian corridor from Sonora Avenue to the existing 12 to 15-foot wide drainage swale that runs through the project.
Okay, I need
Construction of this RV park requires cut and fill, grading.
Ms. Grant.
It's in potential upland habitat of California red-legged frog.
Ms. Grant, I need you to wrap up. Your 5 minutes has been extended, so can you come to a conclusion for us? Do we lose her?
No, she's muted.
Please, I'm just asking you to have the applicant revise their initial study. They are missing important mitigation measures. I'm not asking that you deny this project forever. I know it's important, but please ask them to provide
an adequate and correct initial study. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will now call on Dolores Silva, followed by Dan Haggerty. Dolores, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Hello, thank you and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Phil. I am with Midcoast Eco and formerly Resist Density, and we still have some very serious concerns about this because I think the county in particular needs to recognize that we have limited resources on water, on sewer, and on roads. And we are restricted with this Highway 1 situation that there can be no expansion to the north or to the south for probably decades. I mean, if they even were to approve something. And with the wildfire situation being what it is and climate change being what it is, things are going to get progressively worse on our ability to get in and out of the coast. We still don't have a comprehensive transportation management plan, and I think that should inform these large projects like these. And so I find this to be a little premature. I mean, my understanding is that that traffic management plan is imminent, so let's wait and see what it says. We've got some issues. And the other big issue, of course, is, as JQ pointed out, is the sewer situation. And there's never any mention of whether Sam has looked at these projects and what they really think. I mean, we've had overflows. We know that the Sam treatment plant is aged. It's already past its 40-year lifetime. And there's no plans to move it or to improve it significantly. And in fact, that's a very big concern just for maintaining what's currently already here. And then there's the issue of water, which is getting even more compounded with the fact that climate change is really affecting the supply. We've had several years of drought, and yes, for a while we thought, in particular with the Montero Water and Sanitary District, that water was plentiful. But that may not be the thinking now, as the drought has affected the aquifers. I think these issues are overreaching, and they really need to be studied more carefully, and we don't even find them addressed in these plans. So we will continue to bring these up, but so far it certainly seems that our concerns have fallen on deaf ears, and we do hope that this can change. Environmental impact reports really need to be thorough, and not just on these points, as Jill Grant just pointed out. We have some big concerns about the whole biological resources in the area that makes this place so special. Thank you for consideration, and I sure hope that our in the future these studies can be more thorough as opposed to being in a hurry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. So we have our two last hands from Dan Haggerty, followed by Telma. Dan, please accept this request to unmute your microphone.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I believe this is an example of extremely unfair imbalance of power. This project has had wide public community opposition since 2015. And staff has allowed the item to come back without significant changes. Has allowed for self-studies, self-managed studies, does not demand full EIR. And this practice of managing items like this effectively wears down the community like coarse grit sandpaper. It takes a lot for the community to keep following and participate with these types of meetings. I understand the developer is interested in making his profit, and the community concerns that are in his way just does not appear to be important to the applicant or to the planning staff. The project is flawed. It's blocking ocean views from the scenic highway. It's too congested. The RVs are butted up against each other. It will impact the surrounding intersections. There's a whole long list of community concerns. It's the gateway to the harbor. It's the most picture postcard spot, and it should, you know, it's the gateway to the applicant's hotel as well. I think the more people look into this, the more obvious it's just poor planning. It can be it can be adjusted. It can be downsized. There can be more open space allowed not to block the ocean views. So honorable planning commissioners, please do not approve this project. Please stand up for the community concerns and ask for more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Okay, perfect. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for taking my call. I'm a resident and a business owner in Half Moon Bay. I'm in favor of this project, and I urge you to approve it. The project offers a win-win solution for all involved. It doesn't involve the construction of a big obnoxious building in the area. It's a perfect solution for the empty lot, as it is not invasive and provides the general public with an affordable alternative to the expensive hotels surrounding the area. It also guarantees the public their right to access to the coast. We also need to support, guys, the local economy, especially with COVID. It will make all the difference in the world, helping maintain the existing jobs. It will also be a welcome relief and opportunity for all the 13 bars and restaurants, along with the retail stores that are located there right now, including me. Please do not consider reserving parking for homeless. As you know, the county yesterday successfully purchased a hotel in downtown Half Moon Bay, which will provide service for the homeless. So the city already will be heavily contributing in providing help to the homeless. And now the county needs to offer an opportunity to keep the local business going and the jobs going on the area. We also know by now that all the requests for more studies is just a tool used for the residents that do not want the project in town. And still we can get over and still those people seems to not be able to get over the Harbor Village was approved 15 years ago. We can be planning our future and the business there, their lives and rights to make a living, because they still can get over a project that's actually beautiful, added to town, added to the business is perfect. So we need to move from that and not be associating a 15 years old project with this new project now. We also have to balance the rights of those who have a right to access the coast. We just can't be closing down any project just because some residents don't agree when they drive passing by and they see some RV parking there. Now with COVID, people from over the hill, they need to come here. They come here because they also need a relief. We need to provide people some escape from reality for a couple days, you know. So it's very important, not just for the residents, but we need to really share a little bit of the coast and make sure that everybody has access to that, because everybody's really stressed out. And right now, there's only the coast that they can come for that. Also seems that the person in charge of the project said earlier today that they are willing to work with the landscaping to ensure it will blend well with the harbor in general. They are open to improve the project as needed. So there's no point I see in denying that when they're willing to do whatever to make it look nice and pleasant and providing people with a more affordable places to be. Also in regard to traffic, I know a commissioner asked about traffic, and I have a business there, and traffic, business, everything is down now during COVID. We don't have people bump to bump on Highway 1 right now. It's unfortunately, we actually need to figure out a way to have this RV there, to bring the tourists back to us and hopefully improve our business again, because otherwise everybody, all the low income people that needs those jobs around those 13 restaurants there, they will lose that, and then what are we gonna do about it? So please, I would urge you to approve that. Thank you so much for reviewing this, and I think it's gonna be a great opportunity for everybody involved. Thank you again.
Thank you. Do we have any last callers?
Chairman, we do not have any more hands raised.
Okay, given that, I'll take a motion to close the public portion.
So move.
I second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Gupta,
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Aye.
Chairman Hansen.
Aye.
Thank you.
Before I turn this over to Steve to answer questions from traffic, to frogs, to sewage, questions that we got was basically, what impact does the public have when they talk to us? Believe it or not, for the 20 years I've been doing this for the city and the counties of San Mateo, there is a tremendous amount of impact. One thing you also have to realize, it isn't sheer numbers. At no time, whether it was lopsided 100-1, does that factor into where my decision is. I was told very early on by my boss, Carol Groom, political decisions is her arena, and that she will take care of. I am to deal with the merits of the situation. A lot of the things we decide on has been reduced significantly in over 20 years. The state has decided that planning commissions all over the state were being too restrictive and taken powers away from us and have moved into administrative functions, so we don't get to decide. So in case you're wondering why we don't do some things, it's because I don't have the opportunity and I'm not allowed to by law anymore. Even things like a aesthetics review, I can do design reviews, but not everything can be design reviewed. Some things have been moved from that. So there are things we work on under constraints. And if really what I'm hearing is you don't like the underlying zoning. And you'd like this to be open space or something like that, we have to attack it at the zoning level. And that is not on a project level, that is done through the general plan and another process. That's where you start. I will let you know it's not easy. It's extremely tough. It can involve economic impacts to the owner, which this county could be on the hook for. So it's a slow, deliberate process. But if you want control of how things look, work at the zoning level. That's my recommendation. So I'll turn it over to Steve for any comments I had. He may want to qualify, plus answering all the questions that the public has asked.
Thank you, Chair Hansman. I would just add to your statement by giving a little bit of background regarding the zoning and some of the policies that led to this, because when the county prepared its local coastal program, it protected the large majority of our coastline as resource management, agricultural, and open space areas. And we did our best to consolidate development in the areas appropriate for it where there's adequate infrastructure. And when we did that, we were obligated under the Coastal Act to reserve both area and infrastructure for the purpose of providing visitor serving recreation opportunities. And so the location of this project is kind of in the heart of the area that has been designated to serve visitors, which is a greater than local need. It's a statewide requirement and interest. So not only is the process of rezoning difficult, but it needs to comply with the Coastal Act, and protection of visitor serving opportunities is a Coastal Act priority. And staff believes that this project is consistent with those objectives as well as with the specific requirements of our local coastal program. So let's see, with regard to some of the specific comments, let me say an overarching response to concerns about the negative declaration. The negative declaration prepared under CEQA is an information tool. It's a tool for the decision makers, this planning commission, to understand potential environmental impacts. When it comes to the standards for development, that's established by our local coastal program. And those standards for development and policies often are more stringent than CEQA when it comes to, for example, protecting sensitive habitat. So with regard to concerns about the frog and the snake and the level of environmental review undertaken by the negative declaration, Rumel pointed out that this project has been closely coordinated with Coastal Commission staff that take a very careful look at sensitive habitat and sensitive resources. And the fact that they have agreed upon the types of conditions attached to this permit indicates to me that concerns about potential resource impacts have been effectively addressed. Same thing with regard to traffic. There's some concerns about the use of levels of service, whereas current Environmental Quality Act requirements call for traffic impacts to be measured by vehicle miles traveled. Well, that requirement only took effect this year. The sequent analysis that was done for this project was done in accordance with the requirements at that time. And in the view of staff, whichever standard you will use, the impact of these RVs is very minuscule compared to the larger local and regional demands on the infrastructure. And with regard to concerns about the relationship of this project to connect the coast side and the comprehensive transportation management plan, we have certainly kept those plans and analyses in mind as we have continued to analyze this project and its various iterations. So we feel confident in saying that this project in no way conflicts with Connect the Coast Side or the Comprehensive Transportation Management Plan. With regard to the idea of providing affordable RV spaces, that would that I think would conflict with this requirement that the lot be oriented to serve visitors, because housing, while we agree that's an important need, and I have no debate with the assertion that the county should spend some time thinking about where we could make it legal for folks who are living in RVs to park. It would not be an appropriate use of a site that's been prioritized for serving visitors. I'll let the applicant respond to the concern that there'd be added traffic because people might be able to pull in to dump their sewer, but my assumption would be that the pump out facilities would be for park users only. I think the distinction with the state park that the applicant mentioned is that state park is available for day use. So if you pay for a day use, you can also use the facilities there, whereas that would not be the case with this park. So with regard to the water and sewer concerns, as I mentioned earlier, when we completed our LCP, we had to ensure that both area as well as infrastructure was reserved for priority uses such as visitor serving facilities. So the sewer district has complied with those policies. There is water and sewer available for the project. The fact that the details regarding the specific layout and design of those connections have not been developed yet is only because we need to get beyond this discretionary review stage into the building permit stage, at which point all the engineering details are worked out. But with regard to water and sewer capacity, we know it's there. It's required to be there under our LCP. So I believe I've covered most of the comments. If I didn't, I'd be happy to answer any questions the commissioners may have.
Thank you. Okay, let's start with Lisa. Lisa, do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you. This is a prime visitor serving location on the west side of the highway with the harbor, dining, shops, trails, and beaches in walking distance. In comparison to the Montero Hotel we looked at recently, those problems came up. But it's true the Harbor Village complex in 2005 took a huge portion of the ocean view from the scenic highway, but the remaining slice of ocean view is now being preserved by a deed restricted scenic view easement, limiting height of development and landscaping to 5 feet and enhancing the harbor gateway with coastal native plantings and screening the RVs. So if we can reach a decision today, my list of recommended modifications would be to reduce the number of RV spaces to a maximum of 44, to move the restroom laundry building to face the edge of the view easement at the end of the interior row of RVs closest to the highway and Capistrano Road, as I mentioned, to serve the tents and to save the trees. Delete 2 RV spaces at the end of the interior row of RVs closest to the Harbor Village and Capistrano Road, and provide robust landscape screening outside the view easement there. And reduce the size of the existing sign at Highway 1 and Capistrano Road to a maximum 6 feet high, 9 feet wide, providing only the name of the hotel and the mall and the generic description of tenant businesses such as shopping and dining. I can put up that picture again if anyone's interested to discussing that. And lastly, a condition of approval to monitor the length of stay and a condition to for the conservation of prime ag soil. And that's it from me. Thank you.
Commissioner Santa Cruz, any comments?
Commissioner Ketchum, is it the amendment or suggestion you're adding? Is that the one that submitted for Greenfoot Hills organization? I kind of like see the similarity of that.
You mean moving the restroom?
The restroom and reducing the number of.
Well, the reducing of the number of spaces was not arbitrary. The number first considers that the applicant's other RV park at Pillar Point Harbor has the CDP limits it to 40 spaces there. So we know that's economically viable. And but the specific number of 44 comes from if you move the restroom to the end of the RV row, that will take up 3 spaces at that location, but they will regain 2 spaces that they lost when they put the RV where the bathroom is now. Did that make any sense? So that's 1 lost space net of moving the restroom to the better location. And the other 2 spaces need to be removed from the end of the other RV row because there is no room there currently to screen that row.
Okay. Well, you know, I am.
That is out.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm, like Steve was saying, there's certain, and also Chairman Hanson was saying the capabilities that we have as a commission in terms of approving a project, how far we can go in modifying and changing rules and regulation, local coastal policies and procedure, and considering that the San Mateo County have already reviewed an initial study and determined that this project to be in compliance. So then therefore we go back to the legal aspect of how strong or how powerful we can be in terms of like changing the condition or something that already been reviewed by the county in terms of like initial study, mitigation, and adverse impact. So I would be okay to approve the project as it is, or maybe adding some of the condition that the Lisa Ketchum has mentioning, because it makes total sense. Although I would not be in support of changing too much the project because it's already been reviewed and the initial study by the San Mateo County, and I don't know, it would have been exceeding the limit of the responsibilities that we have as a commission. That's something Melissa can talk about it if she wishes to do so.
Well, just briefly, I wanted to point out that the neg deck is dated from before we saw this project a year ago. So in other words, when we first saw this and we continued it, we already had that neg deck. That's the same one we're looking at now. That hasn't changed. So we already were saying, well, we're not quite there yet. That's why we continued the item. I know you missed that meeting, but it was long and intense, and there was a lot of community input, and there was a list of issues that we asked to have addressed when we continued the item. And I don't know if you saw that, but basically the effort was made to address those issues, and a lot has been accomplished. And so we're getting close. I think that's all.
Melissa,
Pardon?
do you have anything to say to help us in this process in terms of our overreaching or not reaching and making the decision and changing things that we are exceeding our limit as a commission?
No, I don't think we are.
No,
the
I'm
list
talking to Lisa. I'm talking to Melissa.
Oh, sorry. Touch you.
That's okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Santa Cruz. I'm happy to chime in. I think Commissioner Ketchum correctly framed the stance of the initial study and the status of the initial study at this point. My understanding of the kinds of changes that Commissioner Ketchum is talking about, I don't have concerns that they would be so substantial as to require a change to the mitigated negative declaration or initial study. I think these types of conditions she's describing would not cause a problem from a CEQA perspective, is what I'm saying. So I think if I hear your question correctly, you're concerned that we're exceeding the scope of what's in our initial study. I think the types of conditions that that Commissioner Ketchum is discussing don't raise that concern for me.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. Okay, that's all for me, Chairman Hanson.
Sure. Commissioner Ramirez.
Yeah, so let me see. I'm amicable to some of the proposals that Ms. Ketchum is putting forward with regards to the reducing the size of the sign, monitoring the stay, the length of the stay. Making the screening in general better, the landscaping. I'm totally for that. I'm not sure that I'm in favor of reducing any more spaces than what has already been offered on this project. in general, I think that the negative mitigated negative declaration, I think it's up to us to either accept that it is correct and it is something that, you know, we go forward with that, or we don't. Right? So at this point, I personally feel that, yeah, I think it's adequate, and it's something that we should just move forward and accept as it is. So that's my thinking on where we move forward, I think. But I think we're close to you know, to getting something here and getting it done and pushing it beyond the threshold here.
Commissioner Gupta.
Thank you, Chair Hanson. Generally, I am supportive of the items that Commissioner Ketchum has put forward in terms of including them in the recommendation, which includes, I'm okay, 44, 45 spaces, 47 spaces, makes no difference to me. They are still in good range. I would have liked to see a fewer, but that is up to the applicant. Restroom, I'm still okay with wherever it is, and if everybody feels that they should be moved, fine. I don't know one way or the other whether it's closer to one set of tenants and further away from other. I'm fine with that. Reducing the sign, I'm totally in favor of that. It does look out of place what we have today there. And if the other signs already have all that information, there's no need to repeat all that on such a large sign, which is kind of out of place to be. Okay. Neck deck, fine. The one thing that Lenny Roberts has suggested, which I really like, is applicant to provide an annual report to the county detailing the total number of occupancy days, including the length of stay of each RV, so we can see the compliance to the 28 consecutive days. And I'm told that the other condition is already there about the 90 days per year. So those are my comments. I am ready to move forward with these conditions included.
Well, thank you. My comments is the sign has to be reduced. That's just too big. It is never the intent to have signage like that anywhere, let alone on the coast side. And it is a barrier of the sort in itself. So that needs to be reduced. Let's see. I think the restroom being moved where it's been suggested is a better idea. I don't know if it's a critical measure, but I think it's a better idea. I think it does the screening better. I think it makes everything for me work better. At the same time, you know, if I had to vote on just that one particular issue, I could go for either way. You know, it's not that critical, but it's important. More an aesthetic issue, if nothing else. I think everything Lisa has outlined has made it a better project for the community. I love the idea of saving the soil. I don't know where you're gonna put it, where you're doing all this and having it back in, because Stanford had that same problem, and I watched them move mounds of soil everywhere, and it was always hilarious. But it was important. They did it. It can be done, and it should be done. And it just brings that back. I believe the negative deck informed me everything I needed to do to come to a good decision. And that's the whole purpose. So since day one is, do we have the information in front of us? Whether it's complete 100% or you could be there forever trying to iterate it to death. But do we have enough to make an informed decision? I believe that's a yes in this case. What else? Whether, again, if it's 47, 46, 45, 50 spaces, you configure the spaces to the number of vehicles you want in there. And I don't think if it's 50 or if it's 40, the traffic is going to really matter. I leave it up to the person who's developing it to figure out what the number and the spacing size is, so that makes it economically best for them, so this survives and they can do everything that we want them to do in a manner that I think works best. So, I really would like to think more. I was thinking about it more. I think I'd like the restroom move, but as a camper, I've walked a long way to restrooms too. So,
right.
Yeah, I can see both sides in that part. So those are my comments. What I am hearing is support for the project. Most things we are agreeing upon, and there's just a few minor things to work out. And Steve's raising his hand.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to come back to the applicant's request to have an opportunity to respond at any
Absolutely.
Conditions. And so if you're ready for that, I think I can summarize it for Ron, and hopefully Mr. Nearhand's still on the line as well. And so the proposals I've heard from the commissioners that are on the table include reducing the size of the sign and changing some of the content, submitting an annual report, providing evidence of compliance with the 29-day stay limit, to save and reuse the quality topsoil, to make certain improvements to the landscape screening. And then I think the most potentially controversial of the suggestions are relocating the restroom and then reducing the number of spaces. So does that accurately summarize the changes and conditions the commissioners would like considered?
Lisa?
It's pretty close. I think to stress that the modifications to the landscape for screening, where it's the end of those two inner rows, and basically the spaces that were space numbers that were called out that should be removed. I think there was one suggestion was 2 at each end, at each row. That just represents the area that's needed behind the easement line to adequately screen it. Now, whether that means those spaces could be created somewhere else, but I mean, that's important that this isn't just an adjustment to screen the ends of those 2 rows. RV spaces need to move or be gone. Okay, thanks.
I'd like to give the applicant a chance to address the commission.
Yes, I'm here, Ron Stefanik. So here's our concerns, and our reply is that, let me just start off that after the my screen went off. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. Since after the 2019 hearing, we had a long list of conditions to be met before we applied. So the last meeting, I believe we addressed all of those issues after the 2019 meeting. And now with this meeting, we're asked to address additional items. In regards to the screening the RVs, let me just say is that at the road closest to Capistrano Road, from the road bed itself, the RVs are 5 feet below. The next row, the RVs are 8 feet below. The last row close to the hotel are 10 feet below. If you also take into the fact that the average driver's eyesight is 3.5 feet above that. So unless you're looking down directly at the RVs, you'll see them. But if you're using just your eyesight looking out at the view, you're not going to see them because they're lower than the road, especially when you're sitting in the car. The same goes to Capistrano Road. It's not as dramatic. They're 3 feet lower, the road closest to the highway, and then it goes down to 2 feet and 1 foot. Then we have the clear view easement also to help screen, to preserve the RV view. Let me just say something about the sign. The sign was approved with when the Oceana Hotel was approved. It's really not a part of this project. It's in the fact that we didn't put the sign up. It was an existing sign. Let me also exchange is that we are for as far as excavating prime topsoil, if it is and not contaminated soil, we're absolutely in agreement to keep it on site for reuse because it saves us money. We don't have to off-haul it and pay that cost, and then bring in soil back to possibly finish off the project. So we're in agreement with that. We're also in agreement with the annual occupancy report, and we're in agreement to meet Lisa Ketchum's request to modify the plants that are maybe too high or look like trees or so forth. So what I'm saying is I believe we've preserved the site easement. So what I'm also saying is that it took us a year. Our last planning meeting was on December 11th. Today's December 9th, almost exactly a year. If this gets continued again, I know how these things go. I've been doing this for a number of years. It could be another year. Let me also say my other point is I personally, and Mr. Earhan, our first preliminary hearing on this with Dave Holbrook was on 12/27/15. It is now 12/9/20. It's been 5.5 years that we've been going back and forth on this project. So with all of that said, we are asking the commission we are only agreeable to those points I just mentioned. We're not agreeable to reduce it to 44 spaces, nor to move the laundry building, nor to reduce the 4 spaces to put in landscape screening. So what we're asking is to either approve or deny. If you deny, unfortunately, we're going to appeal to the board of supervisors. And I'm saying that with my previous statement is that it could be another year, and this has to end sometimes, folks. I've been personally on this project for almost 8 years.
They're asking for an up and down vote with the concessions.
Yeah.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to get some clarification on this statement regarding the sign. The applicant is implying that that sign was approved as part of a different project and is not actually within the scope of this project. I'll ask that question of Rumel to see what, if anything, he knows about that. And if you don't know the answer to that, Rumel, perhaps we should turn back to the applicant for further explanation.
Steve, I don't know the exact permitting history behind that sign.
But is it your understanding, Rumel, that there is a new sign proposed as part of the project?
There's no new sign. They would be utilizing the existing tower sign and monument sign, just putting an extra sign for the RV park.
Okay, well, then maybe the question is for Commissioner Ketchum, what gives you the impression that there's a new sign, or maybe I'm misunderstanding your comment?
It is an existing sign, but it was built in 2005 when the hotel was built, and it's on a different parcel. It's off-site, advertising, I mean, I don't know. It's, I understand it's existing, and as it is, the condition on the Clearview easement exempts that sign because it is existing. But if you look at the perspective and what we're trying to accomplish here, what the commissioners said was of great importance and acknowledge the community feeling on this harbor gateway, the sign is a sore thumb. And we made so much progress on the aesthetics of the area. It would be a shame not to address that. And we're not asking for any different kind of a design. We understand the theme that they have there. When they did the wedding building a few years back, they changed the monument sign at the entrance to the Harbor Village parking lot to add all the tenant things there to consolidate that. So it's a modification. It doesn't seem like too much to ask.
And just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, you're asking them to reduce the height of the existing sign to replace it with the smaller sign? What
Yes,
exactly?
I showed the other signage. I shared my screen. I can show that sign again, or if that's or not.
I'm just trying to understand the direction you're trying to go.
Okay, so however they want to do it, I understand they have a design theme, and I'm suggesting that they use the design and the dimensions of the sign that existing now at the rear entrance to the harbor parking lot, which just says Oceano Harbor Village, but it's 6 feet tall and 9 feet wide, which would
Got
seem
it.
perfectly adequate.
So you'd like that sign like that to replace the existing sign?
Yes.
Understood. Thank you. Okay, so to sum up for the rest of the commissioners, I think what we heard from the applicant is they're happy to comply with the annual report. They agree with the condition to save and reuse any non-contaminated soils. They're okay with modifying the plants or managing them in the way that has been suggested, but they are opposed to the requested change in the sign and the suggested relocation of the restroom and reduction in spaces. So I think that's where things stand, and I'll turn it over for you to see how you'd like to proceed.
Can I share my screen for a moment? Just
Oh my God.
Well, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I wonder if I think we need to figure out if we are at an impasse with the applicant. And we'll figure out here if we have the support on certain items. Wondering how important it is, the reduction of the sign. But we need to kind of just so, I guess, to save some time and to see if it's even worth going to the trouble of trying to make something fit. Just trying to figure out if we're an impasse on some of the items. So hopefully we can figure that out soon.
Okay.
Commissioner Ramirez, I think I tried to sum it up, and if the chair would like to hear further from the applicant, but I think the areas of impasse would be the reduction in the sign, the relocation of the bathroom, and the reduction in the number of spaces. So would you like confirmation from the applicant on that, Chair Hansen?
Mr. Through the chair, please. What I would like to see is if we, for me, the reduction of the spaces, I don't care one way or the other. I think the way it's on the current staff report, I think is good for me. The sign is basically the only thing that I would, would disagree that with the applicant that should be reduced. I think that's the only thing that I have, but I think as we go around, we need to figure out with the rest of the commissioners to see if we can move forward or if we just have to reject it and then he can move on to appealing it.
So your hard point is going to be the sign. Everything else is
correct.
Okay.
And if I might comment on the sign issue now that I understand it better, the fact that it has been approved and installed it makes me question our authority to require it to be replaced at this point. So I'll just put that out there as a flag that you might want to get further counsel on.
And we don't have Tim today.
No, but we're in good hands with Mrs. Andrikopoulos.
Chair Hansen, if I could ask a question, is the sign on this subject property or is it on a separate parcel?
I see it on here.
It's right here.
It is this parcel, yes.
And I just add, I guess, one other note to consider with respect to the sign. You know, in addition to the size changes that are being discussed, I think we want to be cautious in terms of any direction on content. There can be certainly some issues around trying to, as the county, dictate the content that might go on any sign, whether commercial or otherwise.
But really the issue is the size, not the content.
Right.
So
Understood.
are you saying?
I did hear suggestions that rather than having specific store names that you just have food and dining, right? So that would be a content issue.
So that needs to be left out?
That would be my advice, yes.
I just shared my screen to show you the issue with the tie-in with the number of spaces and the ability to adequately screen these two inner rows of RVs. You can see the easement line. The screening necessary to screen the RVs cannot be in this area. It needs to be on the other side of the line. And that was the reason that these two spaces would go. Or if you move the restroom over here, you would only lose a net of one space because you regained two over there. And then on this row, these two spaces would need to be removed in order to provide the space for the screening that is necessary.
Let me put this out. How about we don't say the number of spaces, we just say the screening has to be on the other side of the red line.
Well, we already said that last year, and this is what we got. And the screening it doesn't provide the screening necessary. That the trees were placed here and they're in the easement. And here there's no room at all. This row wasn't changed. So I don't know if there was some confusion when they were doing the redesign. I suspect that's likely because of the screening shrubs that were up here. I think that somewhere along the line they confused that sight line in the rendering photo, that dash line that was on the plan. I think they confused it with the easement line, and that's why this has not been moved back far enough.
Through the chair, I do have a question on that. So my understanding is the primary view that we're interested in protecting is the this traveling south on Highway 1, where a view over that easement area gives a nice view of the water and harbor. So it's not clear to me why screening to, I guess that would be the south of the RVs, because you have the cypress trees along Highway 1 that's providing screening outside the easement area. So I'm confused by the asserted need for landscaping to the south of the RVs.
Yes, so here we have this view from the highway, the one that's in the rendering that was shown. But the other view, you have northbound on the highway, they see this full on. And then all down Capistrano Road, same thing, they see this full on. Now, basically, these two rows are less than half of this space that they're looking full on. So you only have these two opportunities to provide some softening of this view. That's why it's so important.
We're going to stay on that.
So I guess from the staff's perspective, you know, our main focus is of protecting the views of the shoreline and the ocean. It doesn't appear to me that that landscaping is necessary to achieve that objective. It's more intended to soften the impact of the view of the site to northbound travelers, which in my opinion is, you know, I don't think it's going to make a significant difference in terms of how the site appears because you will have intervening camping tents and so forth. So I leave that to the commission to judge, but I just wanted to put it in perspective of the very important southbound views versus the northbound views, which are not as significant.
It's a different type.
Okay.
It's a different type. So this is a view. And from this direction, it's an attempt to partially screen a use which is normally screened. For example, the Pillar Point RV Park is quite robustly screened. And and all the ones in Half Moon Bay, whatever, generally their RV parks are not just full out in the open.
No, and I believe there is landscaping around the perimeter along Capistrano Road, which will not screen it, but will certainly soften the view to northbound travelers.
Chairman Hanson, may I?
Yes, please do.
You know, in terms of that, I don't want to be a hustle or selfish in this situation, but I have a business also to run, and this is taking longer than expected for me. And so I would like to see if we can, if you don't mind, maybe we can post a motion for approval and what we have agreed upon right now. And then if it passes, because this, the owner of this project has said, it's taking about 4 years in going back and forth on this issue. And if we go back again, and every time we meet, we're gonna add more condition here and there. What I gather from the people, way too many people that they talk, was there is a housing problem, and this RB will help a little bit. Also, people are very happy because this will support local businesses, and then also will enhance the area that we are. So I would suggest, if you don't mind, maybe we can post a motion for approval. If it approved. If it's not, I think we should go the motion based on what we agree upon with the owner, and we have agreed upon so far. The relationship that we have, the points that we are in agreement, and if it passes, if it doesn't. Because, you know, it looks like it's gonna have, I can be another hour here. Personally, I have other things to do too. I'm sorry that this is a civil commitment for me, but hearing things repeating, it doesn't really take us anywhere.
Okay, what I heard was that what the applicant has asked for, like an up and down with the modifications that he said a few minutes ago. So that would be the motion.
Yes.
I'm sorry, there was some interfering sound. So the motion is going to be with what?
The applicant has requested that we have an up and down vote on his revised application of what he will agree to and not agree to. So no sign, no movement, no change of number of spaces, but agreement from the other things that you suggested.
Okay.
So he's asked for an up and down vote on with an amendment to have an annual report to conserve the topsoil, and that's all.
The other thing that was agreed to was you had made some comments regarding
minor,
the way the landscaping was going to be established. I believe the way it's,
yeah,
so they had agreed to that.
Those were very minor.
Okay, so
and may I? And we have, and the applicant understands that if it doesn't pass today, it could take another year.
Oh, no, he can go and appeal to the board supervisor.
Yeah, but
Okay,
Yeah.
that's a motion. Can I present that as a motion?
Well,
Chairman?
wait a minute, then how do we get these other requests for, if, wait a minute. If it goes to the board on appeal, then these other points we were making will be just gone. We're gonna vote on,
That's not correct, Commissioner Ketchum, in that should you not agree to approve the project and that gets appealed to the Board of Supervisors, we will do our best to fully represent the concerns you had that the applicant wasn't willing to agree to. So it's not like it will have been erased. The record will be the record and those concerns will be brought to the board.
I have another question on that. Sorry, go ahead, Lisa, if you want to respond to that, but I have another question.
no, I'm done. I understand.
Okay, okay. So can we do this? Whatever we want to include, we make that as a motion.
Any commissioner is entitled to make whichever motion they want. So I think whoever the chair would like to recognize for a motion can do so as they see fit.
Okay, Commissioner Hanson, why don't we just, since I present the motion, why don't we just present the motion in terms of seeing the positive overlapping interests from the applicants and the commission. And if it passes, passes. And if it doesn't pass, it passes.
Or we could have, a motion needs a second. So,
okay.
Right.
So
good. I presented
somebody who wants to give a motion and see if we get a second. And if we don't get a second, that dies. We get a second.
Okay, so I present my motion as we discussed with you.
Okay. You got one? Anybody else going to have a separate? So,
I'm sorry, I did not understand what the motion was. So I think it has to be stated what the motion is.
Why don't we have Lisa make the motion?
Okay.
We'll start with Lisa. Lisa, do you want to make a motion?
I'll stick the recommend, I move whatever it is. Oh, do I need to go through the whole thing? Or just give the modifications? Okay, I move we adopt the initial study and mitigated neg deck and approve the coastal development permit, use permit, design review permit, mobile home park permit, and grading permit by making the required findings and adopting conditions of approval identified in attachment A with the following list of modifications. Move the restroom laundry building to face the edge of the view easement at the end of the interior row of RVs closest to the highway and Capistrano Road. Delete 2 RV spaces at the end of the interior row of RVs closest to the Harbor Village and Capistrano Road and provide robust landscape screening outside the view easement there. Reduce the size of the existing sign at Highway 1 and Capistrano Road to a maximum of 6 feet by 9 feet, 6 feet high, 9 feet wide. Add a condition of approval for monitoring length of stay with an annual report for the first year. Add a condition of approval for conservation of primate soil. That's it.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay. We have a motion in front of us. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Gupta,
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
No.
Commissioner Ramirez,
No.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Yes.
Chairman Hanson.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion passes and the applicants have the ability to appeal this decision to the board if they dislike the conditions that were attached. The same applies to the prior item. So I think that concludes this matter. And in the interest of time, I can quickly run through the rest, although I think the next one is the election of chair and vice chair for next year. So I'll turn that over to you, Chair Hansen.
A nomination for chair.
Can we leave that election for next meeting?
We can.
Yeah, why don't we just I propose to leave it for next meeting for the sake of time.
I agree with that.
Yep.
Okay. Well, you can just agree.
Okay, very good. So with regard to the next meeting, we do not have a study session planned. The next meeting is January 13th. And at this point, we do have one item on that agenda, but it's still, given that it's still early before that meeting, I don't have much to report, but at this point, it looks like we will be proceeding. We'll update you as we get closer to that meeting. And the only items on the director's report that I have for you today is to update you on the decisions that the board made yesterday. There were 3 matters in front of them. They adopted the planning and building department's proposed fee schedule update, which is critical to the rollout of our new online permitting system that we're working very hard to achieve in the next few months. They upheld your decision to deny the appeal of the new home in El Granada. And they granted the 2 appeals of the Williamson Act non-renewals that enable 2 farmers to keep their Williamson Act contracts in place. I'm happy to answer any question. That concludes my report.
Pretty much. Commissioners have anything to report?
Oh, I have one question. Steve, would it be possible to post the on YouTube the video of the pre-application workshop for the Montero Hotel? I know it was announced at the meeting, at the beginning of the meeting, that it was being recorded, and I think community would appreciate that.
I'll be happy to look into that. Absolutely.
Thank you.
And if it's possible, we can do it. Yeah.
No, I've watched other councils and commissions. When there's a consent calendar, a lot of times the minutes are on that. You know, maybe we should also put the minutes on the consent calendar when it exists. That way we can just move a little faster.
I agree with that.
Okay. Commissioner Gupta.
Yes, I just had, there was a coast-side design review hearing tomorrow. Is that something for the commissioners? Planning commissioners, I mean?
Well, anyone is welcome to attend those, but it is not necessary. No, this
Not
is just a
necessary.
regular
Okay.
design review committee meeting.
Okay, it was on my calendar, so I just wanted to check. Thank you. Thank you,
welcome.
Steve.
Hey,
Very-
we're done.
Thank you.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and stay safe.
Yes, I'm sorry, we can't have our holiday luncheon this year. We'll have to do it doubly special next year.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you,
Yes.
Steve.
It's gonna
Bye-bye.
You
have
are
to be
overdue for
extra-
many lunches.
All right, happy holidays, everybody.
Bye.
It will
Thank you.
have to
You
be
too.
extra special.
Okay.
All right, guys. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Okay.